Starting now.
You're recording.
Yes, I start the recording.
Okay.
Kevin, can you confirm we are live?
Yes, I'm checking. Hold on.
I think we are live because...
Yes, it is live.
Okay. So, okay, we can start.
It's
We can start session 2.1. I'm giving the floor to Susan Jewell, the chair of this session, to introduce her speakers. Susan.
Thank you so much, Adriano and the SRI for having us to be part of this this year's event. And so our track is very focused on space health and safety. And space medicine obviously is going to be an integral part of how we're going to have humans not only survive but thrive in austere environments, including in space and on celestial bodies, Moon and Mars and so on. So we're going to have a discussion after these wonderful speakers who are experts or subject matter experts in the field relating to this track. And I'm very excited to announce the speakers. And we'll have Dr. Harney, who is a psychiatrist, as well as working in the field of astronautics. She has commanded several analog astronaut missions with MMAARS and Mars Academy USA over the last 3 or 4 years. And so she'll present first, and then followed by Dr. Hesus Guerra, who is an expert in aerospace medicine and space medicine. And as well with him, he has also have experience and commanded several analog astronaut crew and been part of the remote medical support team for our austere deployment in Nepal, in the Himalayas. And then myself, I will present, and if we have Tasha Coley, if hopefully she joins, and she will be presenting as well. So with that, I would like to hand the mic over to Dr. Harney, and she can present her topic. Do you want to share your screen, Maria?
Sure, thank you, Dr. Jewell. Let me share the screen. No one does my introduction better than you. However, I appreciate an extra credit. I commanded only 1 mission and I joined 4, so, but the rest was correct. So let me share my presentation and we can start. Give me 1 second. How's it looking? Can you see it?
Yes, it's looking good.
All right.
Go ahead.
So my name is Dr. Harney, and as Dr. Jewell said, my background is in psychiatry, and now my interest in a human factor, space medicine, and I'm an analog astronaut. So, and today we're going to be talking about, because we're talking about the safety of the crew, we're going to be talking about developing the new paradigm for psychological countermeasures for analog astronauts who are living in austere, isolated environments. And before we start, I just want to ask you if any one of you is an analog astronaut or an astronaut. You can give me a thumbs up, or you can shake your head, or you can answer. Some of you are trying, but
no, I'm not an astronaut so far. Only an astronaut in my heart.
Right, aren't we all? So are any of you analog astronauts?
Yes, so Maria, There are attendees on the YouTube and other social media, so you
Oh,
won't be
I
able to-
see. So
I'm
maybe
sure
we can-
there are, but you won't be able to
Yes.
see them. So we're
Oh.
assuming that there are. Mhm.
There are some, there might be some. Well, I can share my journey, how my journey started. I basically joined my first mission about 3.5 years ago, and it was in Vasquez Rocks, California with MMAARS. And it was a very interesting experience because it was only 5 days of low fidelity, low duration mission. However, when you're placed in isolated, austere environment, your experience is rather different from any other experiences you might have had when you just went maybe hiking or going to the mountains for a few weeks. Basically, what I wanted to share with you from my experiences when we started the simulation, and as you know, the analog missions, they divided in pre-simulation phase, when you go over the protocols and you learn certain protocols and procedures, then the simulation and post-simulation. So in the first day of simulation, which was our first Sol 1, it was really cold in the desert, and this cold triggered my headache. So I started having a migraine. And then the migraine triggered the doubts in me. Why am I joining this mission? So from this mundane example, you can see how the environment, which is cold, triggered my physiological response. And then in return, it triggered my psychological response. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about today, about psychological issues and the human factor. And it's important because this stays the biggest risk factor for the long duration space flight, the human factor. So regardless of selection process being really vigorous, they're always, what you're gonna see in the missions is certain group dynamics. You will encounter certain risk factors that will trigger certain psychological responses. Certainly for MMAARS, we try to select astronauts who are physically healthy, mentally healthy, who possess multidisciplinary knowledge, and we do various tests and interviews before the simulation, evaluating the personality, stress, resilience, and many other factors. Certainly, they understood the importance of psychological issues even before the first flight in space happened. We know that the first flight happened in 1961, and it lasted only 108 minutes. However, 2 years before that already, in an American Journal of Psychiatry, they mentioned the separation anxiety that can happen. The temptation to escape through suicide into oblivion may be accompanied by an urge to destroy the space vehicle and the rest of the crew. Pretty bad, if you ask me. Due to psychology, right? Whatever might have triggered that or might trigger that, we're gonna go over some factors that can influence the astronaut. And we divided those factors into 4 categories. And the first one is, of course, physical and environmental factor, which is radiation, microgravity, and many more. The second one is habitability, very unique setting in isolated, confined environment. Because you're lacking the sensory stimulation, you have a high workload, you have little space, etc., etc. The third factor is interpersonal conflicts, and that's pretty much self-explanatory. The fourth one is psychological. It can be boredom, it can be emotional component, irritability, mood liability, feeling of discouragement, and many more. But today we're going to discuss primarily the psychological factor and how we're going to mitigate risks connected to the psychological factor. However, I want you to keep in mind that, of course, all 4 factors play a role in well-being of the astronaut, including the psychological one. And of course, most common to the space operation neurobehavioral problems are depression, anxiety, and fatigue. Depression and anxiety often add up. Fatigue is very general term that can accompany many things. However, it will accompany depression, anxiety often. That can happen due to all the factors we just briefly discussed. High workload, your schedule is very, very tight. You often have lack of sleep, often boredom because of habitat, because of the confined environment. Interpersonal problems, we all know, sometimes no matter how hard you try, you might like something, you might not like something for whatever reason, and that might trigger certain issues. And we're going to talk about how we mitigating the interpersonal and psychological issues at MMAARS missions. And those issues, those neurobehavioral problems can trigger the perception, cognition, performance, memory, decision-making, you name it. It becomes really relevant in the situations when you have an emergency. Let's say you have a technical emergency. Let's say you have a medical emergency. And that's perhaps a subject for a different conversation. However, this is one of the issues that is very, very important, the space medicine, and if the medical facilities on the spacecraft is really ready for all the emergencies that can potentially happen on a long duration space flight. Here on the next few slides, I summarized some of the most common psychiatric and psychological issues. However, due to time restraint, I just want to point out a very important one, which is problems that are related to major mood disorders like bipolar and schizophrenia have not been reported in space missions. However, they've been reported in about 5% cases when we talk about the analog settings like Antarctic missions and submarine missions. And that's very important because right now we're talking about commercial space flight. And the more people we're going to send in space, the more likely we're going to encounter those issues. Well, there are many other common psychological issues related to work, communication, group interaction, sleep, and food that were reported by the astronauts. So current countermeasures, what do we do about that? Currently, our countermeasures are deeply connected to proximity of the astronauts to home. They can talk to their friends, to control group, they can talk to doctors directly. However, on the long duration space flight, that won't be possible. So we need to come up with the new paradigm of how we approach the psychological and neurobehavioral countermeasures. And that's what we're implementing in MMAARS. We're basically using, we developed a certain wellness program that has many, many components that implement the exponential technologies. What is exponential technologies? It's a very broad term, and it includes many, many things like robotics, blockchain, synthetic biology, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality. And today I want to share with you just a few examples of technologies that we're implementing. And I want to take a look at the virtual reality and augmented reality as an example. So the first activity that we implement within our wellness program is body mapping art therapy project. What is that? On the top of the slide, you see the astronaut basically lying down, and another astronaut, analog astronaut, is helping to draw a silhouette around the lying down astronaut. And then those silhouettes are painted by the astronaut himself, and you will see the results on the bottom of your screen. What's interesting is that we collect those images within the certain intervals. We might do it every day, or we might do it every other day. So we collect those images that astronaut painted, and we look for the patterns. And if something is out of the pattern, we basically raise a concern, and we conduct additional interviews with the astronaut. With this technique, we were able to mitigate certain physiological reactions of the astronaut. For example, in one of the missions, we one of the astronauts painted his avatar, we call it avatar, all in red. And what turns to be happening is this astronaut was having a fever. So, and he didn't tell us, and that was basically influencing his performance. But we were able to mitigate this risk right away using this technique. So how did we implement exponential technology in this case? We're doing the same activity, but we're using 360-degree VR Google tilt brush. So an astronaut drawing and painting his or her avatar using this VR Google tilt brush, the process is the same, but we're incorporating the exponential technology. So another example is a Burning Mars Love VR project. It's a conflict resolution simulation training, where again, we can use the VR going over certain scenarios and conflicts using the technology. What it allows us to do is mitigate the risk of certain situations, the conflict situations that can occur between astronauts. Also, this technology allows us to learn new skills. It also can be useful pre-simulation, where we can learn about certain protocols and emergency medicine, and even for fun. It can be used for going for a walk in a park when you approaching Mars. So really the application of VR technology is enormous. And of course it relates to in general to the well-being of the astronaut. And if astronaut is in a good emotional and psychological state, that will certainly lead to a safety of the crew and the mission overall. So those are two examples of VR technology that we use in MMAARS missions. However, there are other ones that we use and within our Astro Wellness program. And this is a green hub. We do a lot of crew paintings and art, which we also can use VR for. Physical activities, photography. We have a unique underwater training program. We have Avatar Medic that implements artificial intelligence, robotics, and many other exponential technologies. 3D printing that we use for telesurgery and teleanesthesia, and many, many more. And I wanted, Dr. Jewell mentioned certain missions that we successfully accomplished in 2019, and some of them are very unique. This is a picture from one of those missions to Nepal. The first one happened in March 2019 at 10,000 feet elevation. And the second one was the first ever analog astronaut mission that happened at 15,000 feet elevation. I was part of the remote medical team for both of the missions, and we had a mild case of altitude sickness. We also had certain psychological issues that we encounter connected to anxiety and depression. However, we were able to implement certain technologies, including the two examples that I have shared with you today, to mitigate certain risks for the astronauts and the mission in general. In conclusion, I just wanted to share with you several thoughts, because the subject of a human factor, as you might imagine, is vast. However, I want to point a few things that are extremely important. The human factor predictions and the physiological responses are yet to be discovered, because long-term, we haven't predicted it yet. It's very hard. We need to basically experience that. As I briefly mentioned, we grow in the commercial space flight, and that will be connected to sending more people in space. And we have to ask ourselves about what's the criteria of selecting those people, who should go, etc. The third question I want to leave you with is the medical facilities, because astronauts need to be healthy physically, mentally, emotionally, to perform, let's say, emergency tasks. But we need to also ask, how is it all connected to the facilities, the medical facilities that we have right now on the spacecrafts? And of course, there are a plethora of subjects that we still need to explore, like gerontology, sexuality and death on the spacecraft and on the surface of other planets. So we have more questions that we have answers right now, because we're talking about the long duration space flight. But again, the human factor is the greatest risk factor right now for the long duration space flight. And due to lack of time, if you have any further questions, I'll be happy to answer them during Q&A session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maria,
Sure.
for that wonderful presentation. And yes, we will definitely do some Q&A, but human factors, psychological issues are huge problems, especially if we're talking about humans living in confined environments and in very dangerous environments like space. So we need to work out and to develop countermeasures, mitigation countermeasures, to try to reduce a lot of these issues. That definitely why we conduct these analog missions is to also look at human factors and to be able to see what are the problems, and also how we can whether develop the technology or the procedures, protocols to reduce the issues. So with that said, we want to segue to our next wonderful expert speaker, and that is Dr. Hesus Guerra. And as I've mentioned, Hesus is an aerospace medicine physician, a space medicine physician, scientist, and researcher. So Guerra, Dr. Guerra, are you here? Do you want to share your screen, your presentation? The mic is yours.
Okay, thank you a lot. Good morning, good afternoon to all, depending on the time zone that you are. So I will put a screen. Okay. Screen. Okay, there it is. Well, I will talk to you about the two topics about my crew commander experience, and also my crew commander and remote medical team experience in MMAARS. So we will get some ideas about what is a commander and what is a remote medical team. So, okay, so this is the guide of the presentation. Remote medical team, a little overview, my experience in MMAARS, crew commander, overview, and experience of MMAARS. So what's a remote medical team? So we need to see that there are two types of medical interventions, the direct medical and the indirect medical. The direct medical is the crew medical officer that has a background in medicine, or it can be a technician in emergency medicine. So sometimes the person or the individual, it doesn't have a background in medicine, but it's trained before the mission, not during the mission, about medical stuff in order to be careful, like, okay, these things are an emergency, this must call for help, or this, can you treat them by a correct protocol? The indirect medical are the ones that are not in the place, they are far away. So what's a remote medical team? They are far away. They must be a communication channel. It can be internet, it can be satellite phones, smoke signals, but they are distant away. So there must be a communication channel. They are far away. And which are the objectives of this team? It's to control medical behaviors, special circumstance, which is special circumstance, an emergency. Like, okay, I don't have the knowledge, or I can help this crew member. Which are the protocols I follow in order to avoid any risk to him or death? So one important thing is that not always you can have a real-time interaction with the crew members. So we have different types of telemedicine that we use. The real time is that there is no latency. It's like a video call that like this presentation that we are transmitting in real time. Most of the time you will do a store forward in which, for example, you will get all your biometrics, your medical data, your all the things that you do in the day that can affect your health, and they will send it to the medical remote team. That doesn't mean that they in that time will check that. Probably it will pass some time and they will check the information, and then it comes the just in time. If we see this information from your biometrics and see something that it's important, we will send you something in order to avoid an emergency, or we can do a call real time communication in order to protect the safety of the crew members. So in the remote medical team, depending on the country, you will see that medical director and advisor, they use as the same word, but they are different. The medical director, it's the authority, it's the one who leads all the groups, all the physicians that form part of the group. A medical advisor can be a specialist, an expert about this type of exploration, a field related. So for MMAARS, we have different types of experience. We have the low fidelity, the middle fidelity, and the high fidelity, and each one has different problems and situations that we need to affront. So for example, for low and middle fidelity, the communication, even though these missions, they are in extreme environments, but at the same time, they are near from the city. It's like, okay, I can have communication. Even that we have communication, we have problems with that. In some regions, you need to send, for example, the crew members that are inside the mission needs to send their crew medical, their biometrics. But sometimes they don't have the signal in order to send this type of information. So they need to go to a special place in order to get this connection, and they will send the biometrics. So we have even that problem near the city. The weather. I live in a city that it's really extreme. I have wind, cold, warm weather. At the same time, I can get, like, for example, in the morning, 10 Celsius degrees, and at night, 45 Celsius degrees. But a lot of people that are not exposed to this type of environments, that in this case is the desert, they get really bad when they come from the mid weather environments, because it gets really hot. It can cause a heat stroke, or it gets in the night especially cold, and they get really, really cold at night, and they have problems of health. So that's one thing that the medical remote team was also affronting. And the rescue access, the good thing is that most of the missions occur in the United States, and we were relatively near to the city, so in 10 to 15 minutes we can have access to emergency, but be careful with the bill at the end, but you have a really quickly emergency access. So for the high fidelity, it's a different environment. We have different types of remote teams. I was in charge of the remote medical team. Inside the remote medical team, we have different types of teams. The medical teams, the physicians that are supporting our crew 24 hours. The flight surgeon team, because these missions go beyond 10,000 feet, we need a specialist that know about high altitude disease. So this was a specific group in order to attend the environment situation. And the psychology medical team, like that Maria also mentioned to you. So in case of any psych event, we can treat. And the rescue team, it's a different color because this mission was in other country. We need to know that we need to respect the autonomy of each country. So we require persons that are from that country that know the legal stuff and their procedures, and we have communication with them. So we have different types of teams. So as medical director, I have some problems, but we need to solve that. We have a worldwide physicians. So I have doctors from Canada, from from the States, from Mexico, from Argentina, from Europe, like France. I have from Middle East, from India, from Japan, and they have different time zones, and they also have work. So I need to be able to get their time in order to fulfill the 24 hours when the mission starts and until it ends. What we use is the Greenwich time zone, the Zulu time. Even though that we use only one time zone, we have troubles and confusions between the languages. Even we have different types of languages. We have Spanish, English, Hindi, Arab, Japanese. We all talk in English, so we do each channel and we only talk in English. One thing that you will see when they get a little comfy, the persons, they start to speak in their language. So in these channels, you must talk in English because we decide that like only in English, because if there is a special information, you can put in risk the crew members. And emergencies, we have emergencies in here. This emergency, we don't know like in real time. So it passed time, we get worried because there were no communication. So the medical team get help from the logistic team, and then we contact the person in Europe, and this person in Europe communicate in Nepal through a satellite phone what is happening, because they were not having internet signal. So after that, they pass the time, they send information biometrics. That information passed through the psych team to the flight surgeon team, and they say like, okay, the treatment that the crew medical officers do was good, but we required to make some changes in order to give a better treatment to them. So they get in just in time, they send some information in order to avoid any further emergency. So thinking this, there is no Wi-Fi there. Most of people think that internet is everywhere. Well, it's not like that. You require an infrastructure of computers, you require antennas, you require satellites. Mars, yes, it has satellites, but you require a full infrastructure in order, so you will be limited. So think about like, okay, it's not like I will see YouTube or anything that can help me. Probably most of the time you will be alone. Moon, it's okay, we are more near, better communication, and in low orbit, if there is an emergency, you only get your capsule and go Earth, and in less of 24 hours, you will have help. So as crew commander, by space law, what is a crew commander? It's the person that conducts a mission, that has authority. Its objective is to integrate all the crew members and beware of the safety of the crew. So what we have seen is that the network composition of the crew, it's better than the regular hierarchical model. Why? Because network help us more in order to have feedback from each crew member, and the crew commander has a constant communication with all the crew members. In the hierarchical model, it's a problem that there can be a loss in communication between hierarchies. So if you see more about the quality movement, quarter about the networks, it helps a lot when you have a lot of changing situations. So what is my experience in MMAARS about this? Well, we have different types of personalities. One personalities, they are really strong, so they are weak, and we need to differentiate the civil and the military. The military has a specific way of thinking that is good in the military, but in the civilian, it can cause a little conflict. So what happened, it's sometimes the people, in order to get identity, they form really strong opinions, and also depending on their background, they try to like, okay, we are best, you are wrong, and they don't hear opinions, and they try to polarize, and this can be dangerous because you can put in danger a person and also produce a psych situation that can put in risk their lives. So other thing is that when they don't have a lot of involvement in this type of area, they don't differentiate the first day, like, okay, I want to have a bath every day. And probably you will have a situation in figure 20, and you require water to survive. So it's not, you must take a bath every day, but in this situation in which probably you won't have access to water and it's limited flow, and you need to think to how to reuse it constantly. You need to think in the resources in order to survive. So they have like, okay, I am in my home, and I can use water whatever I want. The food, a lot of people like, okay, I will eat like my home, but the matter of fact, most of the food will be like in figure 22, because you need to earn space. You need a food that is able to support high temperatures or cold. Well, in cold temperatures, it's better, the maintenance of food, but when it's really hot, 45, 50 Celsius degrees on the desert, you need food that can maintain long periods and be able to support this type of temperatures. Team abuse, there is like issues between the mission in which sometimes the persons get between depression, certain type of personalities, that they don't do the work that they were assigned to do. So you need to learn how to deal with this type of personalities and try to not create a bigger problem that can put in risk the crew members. But even all these problems, protocols save persons. And if you are in this type of missions, you will have a marker in which how many times you kill the crew. Because as simulations, we need to be like, okay, if this situation has happened, for example, if you don't depressurize, if you don't follow the protocols, a person must be dead. So I was really strict with procedures, and I got only one kill in the whole mission. So that's a really good scenario. So procedures help if your crew members learn them. And also they unite people. Sometimes you can have a really good experience and you can be able to deal with all these situations and be able to join people. Sometimes you can have a really bad experience, but this is analogs and this is simulation. From this type of missions, we'll learn to avoid any emergency in the future. So we will finish with a video. This video, it's showing that the team leader is the one who is the one that is in charge of the safety. You won't make everyone happy, but you also are not alone. It's also teamwork. So if you have a teamwork and a good lead, at the end, we all get our objective. So let's put this little video. This video is from Gravitas. Any question at the end, and only to avoid any copyright infringements, the references. So
Thank you so much, Dr. Hesus. If you stop sharing screen, and I'm cognizant of time, trying to also have a Q&A panel, but I would like to quickly breeze through my presentation and maybe have 5 minutes to Q&A. If that doesn't happen, then send in the questions. I'm sure we can answer that offline, right, Adriano? So let me share my screen. Those are two fantastic presentations. And so I'm going to talk focusing on, let me see, I need to find my presentation. So I am going to focus primarily on space medicine and the use of integration of exponential technologies that will enable us to live in space in austere environments and one day to settle on the planet. So on Moon or Mars. So with that, let me share. Can you see my slides? Do you see my slides?
Yep.
Someone say yes. Yes. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so quickly, as I said, I'm going to really focus today on space medicine and the integration of exponential technologies. And this is obviously pertaining to nearly 4 or 5 years of doing analog astronautic research and doing that in these analog missions in various places around the world. And the relevance of doing analog astronautic missions is because we can actually do novel frontier R&D, research and development, over a period of time in multiple missions. And you have to do this before you can say, well, this is a validated technology or procedure that we can implement in real space missions. So here you see multiple missions in very austere environments, including a lot of the crews that we've deployed over the years. But I want to say that MMAARS, we've referenced to it a lot, but really MMAARS is very much about training next gen leaders and the super space heroes, you know, who dare to win. But also we're an R&D research organization specifically in novel frontier technologies. Okay, so with regards to space medicine and in the case of how do you train, how do you build and do R&D in technology. So this is a great image that is looking at what we call when we conduct medical EVAs, extravehicular activities. Those who do not know what EVA means, it's just basically a moonwalk. When you see, you know, the astronauts and the ISS, and they go out and they wear their spacesuit and they go out beyond the ISS into space, that's kind of like a moonwalk or a spacewalk. And so in our simulations, we say, okay, it's a medical EVA. So in this case, we want to say, in this particular scenario, because it's medical, right? We are going to have injuries when we go into, you know, into space and on Earth and on Moon and Mars. So in this scenario caveat, we say, how do you rescue injured victims or astronauts? So this is a high level image of integrating all the different types of technologies, you know, the space assets, communication, you know, biosensors and other third-party players that will be involved in doing the rescue. And the idea is also developing the protocols or SOP, standard operation procedures, that can also apply to Earth in certain situations like disasters, like fires, you know, so it's not just for space. The whole concept can also be applied to Earth. So obviously here you could see we deploy to austere environments. This is at 15,000 feet at Amadablam in Himalayas. You can see our little tiny base camp there in yellow, right in the middle. So you can see how, if you got an injury or you have a medical emergency, well, the crew better know how to do interventions. And if they don't, then what's their support mechanism, right? What is the operational infrastructure to be able to rescue the individuals? And you could see this can apply also when we do have settlements on Moon and Mars. What's going to happen if the comms are down or the equipment doesn't work? So quickly, for the last 3-4 years, we've actually developed the first space medics training program. In other words, we select individuals in the crew that have no medical background, or they have very, very vast, deep knowledge in medicine, but it's Earth medicine. And then we put them together and we train them. We modify the gold standard of medical care or medical intervention protocols that we use on Earth to be able to, one, integrate the new technologies, and two, to be able to modify it for the space environment, right? So here you could see below a lot of the different images of them conducting learning different module protocols. And here you could see the different modules that they learn when they come in into the missions, and they learn these different protocols. How do you conduct search and rescue? What do you do when you know the medical triaging protocols when you're at the injury site, you know? And how do you evacuate the injured, the victims or astronauts back to base camp? And finally, once you're at base camp, what you're going to do? What are your your medical interventions? So it's a continuum of learning and training, and this is what we really need to do. It's part of the education, but using technology to be able to train these non-medical as well as train medical professionals for space environment or austere environments, not just for space. So here are just examples of some of what the crews are doing. These are all non-medical, maybe have Hesus there, you know, to be the mentor, and they're doing all different types of very basic life support protocols, wound packing, how do you stop massive bleeding, how do you evacuate? And then here you could see them actually in the mission, integrating a lot of the technologies, innovating as well. So we're bringing in the drones, we're bringing in the rovers, and then there's a very, in the bottom left, we're trying to test out a compression enclosed backboard to be able to evacuate a very seriously injured astronaut. Of course, that's not a real person, it's a dummy. Here's more pictures. I'm going really fast. And then you could see the upper right, that's us. The upper two images are at 15,000 feet, 10,000 feet. And not only were they having to execute and conduct these very, difficult protocols, it was also in an environment that had physiological effects on them because they had to acclimatize to that elevation of 10 to 15,000 feet. They had to, really traverse the very difficult geographic location. It was very steep, very rocky, and also the weather and the environment. So it's about building the resilience. It's about also, does the technology work? Because most of the time it didn't. We were on solar generators. We were in monsoon season, no sun hardly. So then we had to think off the cuff, how do we solve these problems? And here you could just see more fantastic images of them learning the protocol, deploying it in these very extreme environments. And then finally, the idea of the space clinic paradigm is what we have been doing over the years. So when you rescue and you bring them back to the habitat or the spacecraft, do you have an area that has all the medical capabilities, equipment, and the knowledge of the crew to be able to do the intervention that is needed? And so here, that's what we've been doing, integrating technologies like 3D printing, medical tools. We even developed the solar powered 3D printer that we are trying to keep, iterating and advancing, and the use of telerobotics. And so here is Avatar Medic. The organization, the team is trying to develop the first humanoid tele-avatar presence robot that would be able to teleport a surgeon, doctor through using spatial computing, using biosensors, using haptics, and bringing that person in, but as an avatar or presence on site with the crew and helping them to be able to teach them or to help them consult or even help them to do the medical procedure. So you can see here the very first testing in our mission last year using the 3D printed robotic arm. We had a person 300 miles away actually controlling that arm and helping the crew to do tele-anesthesia and telesurgery. So here, just, this is so important. Space medicine and training crews in austere environments to be able to use technology and to integrate it into their missions. And you see the application of that both in space and on Earth. And it's critical that we actually do this, because there will be injuries and accidents. And right now on the ISS, the question is, if one of the astronauts were seriously injured, life and death injury, what are the protocols? We've never heard of that, right? Obviously, that's a testament to NASA that they've kept the astronauts really safe, safety first, right? But if there was a life-threatening, even if we go beyond low Earth orbit, what will happen? How do we save the crew's life? So that's what we're really very interest in doing what we've been doing for the last few years. So I'm going to stop sharing. And I went really fast, so excuse me talking rapidly, but we've got a few minutes, right, Adriano? We've got 6 minutes or so to be able to have a discussion. So I would like to, let me exit full screen. Let's do the gallery view. So let me ask question to our panel speakers. Are we able to do that, Adriano, for the Q&A?
Yes, no, firstly, I wanted to thank you very much, you and your speakers, your colleagues, for these beautiful presentations that gave us some information, some news that we are not very, that are not very often shown on the media and on newspapers and even on the magazines, the specialistic magazines. So this is really precious. And if I can, I would like to make the first question. That, as you can imagine, my questions are always a little bit complicated. However, seeing your presentation, I think that the work you are doing is really important and precious, in the perspective that we at Space Renaissance are advocating to let civilians to travel and live in space. So I think that maybe you should put in your agenda and the idea to give education to the designers, the space system designers and engineers, because they should start to consider the requirements for civilian passengers, not only for astronauts. That's very important. And even when you talk about protocols for injuries and harming situations and so on, that it will be even more important with civilians, because if a civilian has I don't know, a heart attack or something on a vehicle, and that would be not very much in the future, because let's think about the Spaceship Two commercial flights that will begin.
Adriano, can I intercept now? Because I know we don't have much time. I do want to have the speakers to speak, but I'm glad you brought that up. So we are very focused on the private civilian space, the commercial space, and that's primarily what we're targeting, all right? It doesn't mean that we're not also trying to involve the space agency, but they have their own set, they have their own trajectory. So right now, at this juncture of space exploration, the opening up of commercial space and having more people, civilians, to go into space, we definitely need to develop these protocols for that sector, and that's what we're doing. So I want to ask that question with Dr. Maria and Hesus. So maybe Maria, where do you think that there is that lack of opportunities, or the lack of the training for the civilian space, and how would that needed to be addressed in the next few years?
If I would knew all the answers, I would probably be a billionaire now. But it's definitely a lot of questions right now, because, as I mentioned, you know, we have to keep developing the protocols to see how do we train civilians, because right now for the astronauts we're training for years, right? So, you know, if my grandma, you know, wants to go and settle on Mars, you know, on the next spaceship, you know, how do we accommodate my grandma? You know, how do we accommodate pregnant women? How do we haven't dealt with that, right? So it has to be all tested, and you have to answer a lot of questions. How do you select? What's the sufficient amount of time that you have to put into to train the commercial astronauts, et cetera, et cetera. It's trial and error, right?
Yeah, that's interesting that you also say, because in the future, in the space, you know, the commercial space, if we're going to settle on the surface of Moon or Mars, it's going to be multi-generational eventually, right? So in fact, that fits into our initiative at MMAARS, where we're going to bring in Apollonauts, you know, people who are the baby boomers. They're going to come and train, you know, across all generation age group. And I think that is really what we're trying to also convey, that message. Like, we will train you. You can come in, and then you might even have the opportunity within your lifetime to go into space, and maybe permanently, if you want to do that, onto the moon, at least within our lifetime. So that's a really great question, answered. Let me ask Dr.
Just one thing, to mention, what you've been talking about. It all ties into how adequate our medical facilities and in a spacecraft right now, because we cannot address a lot of things. These surgeries were performed in rodents, but not in people. So we need to see at the various renal emergencies, heart attacks, even dental emergencies, et cetera, et cetera. Can we manage it right now or not?
Right, exactly. I mean, all the specialties, medical specialties that you see on Earth needs to be integrated for space and long duration deep space flight, as well as on the surface of Moon and Mars. And that is kind of what we're doing, developing the space clinic. But the space medic is really the modification of a paramedic EMR, emergency medical rescue teams that we have on Earth, right? And that's what we're taking. We're not creating or reinventing the wheel. We're taking what's already gold standard here on Earth and then modifying it with two things, as I mentioned, with technology, frontier cutting technologies, and then with, how do you put it in that special environment? Because it's going to be different in 0G, and it's going to be different when you're on the surface on the Moon and Mars because of their gravity environment. So we need to address that, and that's just kind of what we're doing. Let me ask the question with Hesus patiently waiting. So Hesus,
sorry, just
yeah,
a small thing, but I think it's an important thing. I believe that maybe we can open a project together, the Space Renaissance Academy and the MMAARS, in order to just to develop the requirements for civilians in space, to make some kind of documentation, that we can use to give it to the proper people that we make design of the systems and so on. Not only to think about the mission requirements,
obviously, I mean, the protocols and all this. So that actually is a good segue of my question for Dr. Hesus Guerra, is when you're talking about national sovereignty and how everyone, because you had mentioned in your presentation that even the gold standard of medical care is slightly different within the different sovereignty nations. So how do you think that we can integrate and converge, or maybe create a whole new paradigm of how we're going to deploy this in a new world, right? Whether it's on the Moon or Mars or deep space, where there is currently no real sort of state sovereignty. So would you like to address that from the medical standpoint, Care? You have to unmute.
Okay. Well, the ethical, they have a law. It's what they do is that it's a part of the United Nations. They developed a protocol of law and ethics that they must do in the space. In this time, we don't have the ability to send massive persons to the space, and we don't have a really big quantity in persons in space. Like I will have said 100, 200. So when you think in more people, there are more variables in place in which it's not only that you train because the persons that go to space are highly training, and they have a follow-up of years. The people who train them, they know that the persons who are sending, even though they have psych issues on space. But the problem is that when you get more persons and you get whoever has the money to go up in this stage, because in this stage it's about money. If you have the money and you pay it, you can go to space. And you get more money, you can't have the time to trust the people. So you need, as the United Nations, they formulate an ethic protocol. You need to think in nations, because as the autonomy in a space is different from an Earth. In Earth, we say like, okay, this is my border, this is your border, and we have different laws. And most of the countries, because not all the countries are in the United Nations, we do a healthy way in order to maintain peace between all. And it's a what? So When you go there, you will require to have persons that surveillance that type of laws, because you have more people and you don't know. So at this stage, I can do a lot of scenarios and say, okay, you can do this, you can do that. But until we are going like, okay, we have more people, we need to like develop a better way of law, modify, because remember, laws are not in stone, they are reforms. So if it doesn't function, which will be the best way in order to create laws in order to benefit the people that it's over there? So it's a complicated question that I won't get more time, and it spends time, law, and the cooperation of the whole world in order to create a good law that can benefit the people.
Well, right, thank you, Hesus. And I think we're out of time, right, Adriano? If we can have a few more minutes. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. So let me ask Dr. Maria with regards to human factors, and where do you see us moving forward, and what, in terms of the mitigation countermeasures that we have to develop for, humans? And we were saying, like, let's go project further into the future. If we actually have a community on the surface of Mars, let's say Mars, because Moon is too close, it's still in our backyard. So we're on Mars and there's a community of maybe 1,000, couple of thousands. How do you think some of the challenges that we need to overcome with regards to the psychological issues and the human factors?
I think we need to go back to what we have discussed about the factors that influence the astronaut, because you cannot just say, we're going to mitigate one thing and then the rest is going to be fine. We have to approach it as a multifactorial issue, because there will be environment that we're not familiar with. We're really not. Long duration, it's also unpredictable, physiological and psychological. Habitability, what kind of habitat we're going to build on Mars and how people going to interact, we don't know. I'm sorry I don't have those answers, but that's just the truth. We have to look at all those factors together. Going back to my example of my humble experience of being in a mission for only 5 days in a confined, austere, isolated environment, when you are 24/7 with a small group of people, or maybe it will be a large group of people if we talk about the habitat on Mars, or if you are on a spacecraft for 900 days back and forth to Mars, are those people going to be getting along together? Are they going to be having breakdowns? It's proven that it will be at least one serious emergency on a 900-day flight to Mars back and forth. There will be breakdowns, because remember, we discussed that, like Dr. Hesus mentioned, we're gonna have certain psychological breakdowns when we talk about less trained individuals, and that's what the data from submarines and Antarctic analog missions, even with 6 months duration, showed us that there will be breakdowns. And that's only 6 months, and we're talking about 2-3 years. So we're going to encounter that. We have to look at all of those factors and really see how we can mitigate those, but we're certainly not going to have connection tours. That's why we are going for this paradigm where we implementing those exponential technologies, because we want to become self-sustainable and build a self-sustainable environment in terms of the medical facilities, but also environment where humans can mitigate all of those factors.
Right, that's so interesting. And one thing I want to just address quickly is, so we're talking about, and to date, we're talking about, okay, go into space and then come back. So psychologically, you think, well, I know I'm going to come back, so it doesn't affect me. It's going to have some psychological effect. But if you know that you're going to go for good, permanence. When you go on this flight, as Elon has saying, no, we're going to build and you're going to go there and that's it. You're going to live there forever. The psychological consequence of the effect of that is very different from the individuals that know that they're going to come back to Earth. So how do you then address that? So that's the question of throwing out there in the community. And this is literally what we're trying to do. First of all, when you come into an analog mission, and this is one of the many reasons why we do it, is to give you that experiential learning. And it's kind of, I'm going to say, it's the overview effect that Frank White had already coined, where astronauts look back at Earth from the spaceship. They look back at Earth and they have this, what we call overview inner space transformation of the holistic approach, like transformation from spiritual, physical, psychological. But from us in the analog missions, what you get to undergo and have this experience is the overview effect, but from the Earth perspective. So it's really looking at the inner space of self. And you have to go through that experience, and you should go through that experience in some degree before you actually say, I want to go on the spacecraft and go and launch into space. So that is very important, psychological. And I know we're running out of time. So Adriano.
Yes, okay. I don't know if we have some questions, maybe by Kevin, by Jerry, by some of our participants to this meeting. Then I
did have one thing I wanted to mention, and that was from Maria's presentation. I thought it was very interesting that you kind of had a humans in the loop feedback system using art with the people as a way of judging their health and wellness. I think that's something that can be expanded upon and developed, especially in long duration missions, because it helps not only in what you guys were talking about in people's general everyday health and wellness, and they're having other things to do besides work on the missions, but again, it's also, as you pointed out, providing them a way to give feedback that they might not be comfortable giving verbally to someone on the mission with them. So I thought that I'd seen those pictures before, but it didn't quite settle into me what you guys were doing with that. So I thought that was brilliant and is definitely something that needs to be expanded upon.
Well, thank you so much. And indeed, you know, when you think about going in space, you always think, oh, well, my, spacecraft work properly, can I do certain procedures that are technical? But we are forgetting about those things that seem to be secondary, but in reality, they're not, because every person here, I'm sure, has his or her own hobbies, and some of them are connected to art. We are human beings, and we like expression, and we express ourselves in many ways that are artistic, whether it's painting or singing or other ways rather than just verbal, right? So it becomes really important, and when you experience the analog environment, you understand how important the art is. Yes,
and so maybe Hesus, would you like to comment on I guess art is an expression of our culture, of our humanity, of our society that we've over the millions of years as being here, on planet Earth. It is fundamentally an integral part of our being, right? So do we say we're going to exclude that when we go into space? No, because not only that, not just art, but our society, and the differences that we in our different societies, I think that is fundamentally very important. It's the humanness that we want to bring and incorporate. So Hesus, would you like to comment on that? Culture, philosophy, all this, space philosophy, all this is important, correct?
I will only give a little opinion, because I think that the one who has more experience in this field will be, and the better, it's Maria, Dr. Maria. But I will say what we know about the psych studies is, like, sometimes people, they don't have the ability in order to express a correct way their feelings of how they feel, and also depend on the cultures. In some cultures, especially for men, it's like you can express your feelings, you can cry, you can, because you are the man in this society, or in other societies can change. In place of the man, it can be the woman, depending on the culture and the background. So art is a good tool for psychology in order to the persons that have trouble with, like, or you as person in a certain time that I don't have the way to express. So it can be a writing, painting, singing, help to get a little steam off the pot that it's boiling. So it's a good thing. It's like it will be desired to be included because it's part of the emotional intelligence of the people. But as I said, I think that the most appropriate will be the Dr. Maria. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think thank you so much for your input. I wanted to hear different perspectives for this, but ultimately though, I think art and any kind of sort of soft, they call it soft science for whatever reason. They put it under soft science versus hard science, you know, which is engineering, robotics, and all this. So soft science, but I think that is so important that we bring that into the discussion, that we expand the discussion for future space, you know, exploration. Is, you know, do we talk about space philosophy? For example, Dr. Myrick and I, right now, we're starting, you know, the subspecialty of space psychiatry, you know, which is very different from space psychology, right? We know that. So you've got to be an MD to be a psychiatrist. So the idea, you think into the future, and we are like, you know, maybe 20,000, 200,000 on a community on the surface of Mars, definitely we will have psychiatric issues. So how do we address that? So it's really future thinking. It's very important, but I think we need to really bring in these soft science. I don't like using that term, but you know, that's what they classify as, into the discussion. Is just as important as when we're trying to develop the rocketry, the fuel, you know, the technology. That's why Space Renaissance, what you're doing is so critically important, and we need to embrace that as well. So yeah, I guess this is a good segue to go back to Adriano. Adriano.
Great. So yes, the participant to the next session are coming in. We have Steve Wolfe. Therefore, I think we will have to leave the place to them. However, I don't know if maybe Jerry was trying to say something more.
Just a couple of quick things on medicine and art. On the Skylab space station, the 3 teams of astronauts on there were actually trained to be able to fill and even remove teeth on other astronauts should the necessity arise. Much better for them to do that than to have to bring a crew back down to Earth and terminate a mission. And as for art, you only have to look at Alexei Leonov, first person to walk in space, and Alan Bean, who flew on Skylab, but also on Apollo 12, both of them incredibly talented artists. And go online, you can look up some of their work.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think it was
one
also
other thing too. I think people need to keep in mind that a lot of the problems that might arise are not only theoretical. There have been serious mental breakdown, physical breakdown issues in space, both in the what was the Soviet space program, and in our program. There have been mutinies, there have been fights. So the things that we're talking about are not theoretical. No. Problems have arisen, serious problems that that need to be considered. And again, I think a lot of this isn't talked about a lot, but people need to know that this isn't theoretical. This isn't things that only have occurred maybe in analog situations. They have occurred in space right now, and we've only had a very small number of people in space at any one time. So if it's happening now,
very well trained people,
be prepared for it to happen in the future.
Yeah, so I would like to end with this comment is thank you for, first of all, space is for all. And at this juncture of human exploration, space exploration, the commercial civilian space is opening up finally, eventually. And so when we look at that, that's exactly what we're trying to do, is to train, to educate, and to innovate, and to bring in more voices into this discussion and conversation, but not only talking about it, but put it into action. So thank you so much, Adriano and SRI, for having us. I think space medicine and the integration of exponential technology is very important, and it will help us eventually to enable humanity to not only survive, that's not what we want to do, I mean thrive and live permanently in space. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you, Maria and Jesus.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, everyone.
If you want to remain, of course, you're welcome for the next session. I think we have to give the floor to Steve Wolfe, that's the chair of the next session with the ATS policies to enable communities beyond Earth, technologies, financing, and common law. Steve.
Yes, thank you, Adriano. And listening into the previous session has been very enlightening. A great program so far, great conference so far. Congratulations. Yes, as Adriano said, I'm Steve Wolfe. I'm president of the Beyond Earth Institute. It really is a great pleasure to be part of this SRI conference and Congress. This track is the policies to enable communities beyond Earth, technology, financing, and common law. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers today, and I'm looking forward to getting into that with you. You know, the way I see it, Adriano and everyone, the way I see it, there are three conditions or pillars that have to be met if we're going to succeed in creating a future where humans will one day be able to live and work in space. First, we have to get the technology right. Right? If we can't do that, then really not going anywhere. The second is the financing. You know, this question of how are we going to pay for $100 billion space habitat, for example. A third pillar is the space policy element. That's kind of what we're getting into today. Policy covers a wide area of issues. We can't get into all those today, but the policy can be particularly and have a particular impact on the first two pillars, which is technology and the financing mechanisms to enable communities beyond Earth. So in this track, we're going to get into all these various dimensions and much more, I hope, and look forward to a degree of engagement with everyone who's participating. What I want to do, I have a presentation that I want to give my presentation first, and then I'm going to work through the other presentations of the group. So let's get into it. So I want to kick off this track with my own thinking on why we must give up our incremental approach to space policy. And by incremental, I mean that our national and international space policies tend to be reactive and relatively limited in scope. Certainly in dealing with many space commerce and science interests, space policy does need to be able to react and address near-term issues and be nimble in that respect. However, when it comes to the development of space to support human presence and resource utilization, our policies tend to be incremental, and in fact, we should and must these policies must be much more expansive. And here's why. Current policies view human space program in much the same way that it does the way we handle science programs. It adheres to the scientific method, a process which is very much incremental. Each new experiment builds on the knowledge gained from the previous experiment, right? So a scientist would be very foolish if they were to get too attached to a particular desired outcome from their research. Human space program, however, is much more of a housing project, okay? Let's just look at it that way. Yet when it comes to expanding human presence in space, our programs focus on incremental advances. From a government policy perspective, there is no articulated plan for long-term human habitation in space. So let's take the Artemis lunar program, right? We're all very excited about that. NASA's working on that. Its vision for the Artemis extends to a base camp for a single habitat module and a rover, where astronauts can visit the moon about once a year for several weeks, maybe a month or so. Okay, very cool, get that. But then what's next? Then we're looking maybe for a Mars mission, right? So that's sort of NASA's articulated long-term mission is to go to Mars. But even with that, these are very incremental initial steps. They lack a broader, comprehensive vision. You see, this is what I mean by an incremental policy. So let's do a little bit. We'll see what we have here, and then maybe we'll do a little bit more, and so forth. I just don't understand why the space industry stakeholders are so timid about embracing the obvious. That humankind will one day migrate beyond this planet and populate the solar system. That's it. There are some who understand this, of course, Bezos, Musk, Tory Bruno, among others, but it's still not enough. The European Space Agency's Moon Village, great program. The joint Chinese-Russian International Lunar Research Station, another very interesting initiative. But again, these are following very incremental. Let's put down a little bit. Let's have a little bit of human presence and see where we go. I give the UAE credit because they at least are codifying their stated intention to establish a Mars settlement by 2117. So logically, the development of the moon and Mars, can only happen incrementally, right? So in a practical matter, there's one step after another. We get that. But the policies that enable and guide these steps don't have to be incremental, and they shouldn't be. Our space policies must be bold enough to set a course to last 100 years. With space development and human migration goals that can inspire not just this generation, but multiple generations into the future. In essence, I think what we need are city planners for the moon, Mars, and free space cities. A good example, historic example, is the creation of Washington, D.C. in the United States. In 1790, the U.S. Congress passed the Residence Act, which approved the creation of the national capital on the Potomac River. Maryland, the states of Maryland and Virginia donated 100 square miles for the city. So like the moon, that plot of land for the capital was an empty wasteland at the time in many ways. The difference was the moon was very dry, the capital land was very swampy. Now, some of you may be thinking that Washington is still a swampy wasteland politically, but I like to think that we all agree that the city itself is beautiful and magnificent. George Washington, with the help of Pierre L'Enfant, created a vision and a plan for a magnificent city where none existed before. It took over 100 years for that particular plan to become fully realized. And why couldn't we do the same for a space city? Let's be bold like Pierre L'Enfant. Let's survey 100 square miles, a section of the lunar South Pole, and design a street plan of sorts for the lunar city to support 100,000 people. A current day Pierre L'Enfant could draft such a city plan, design real estate lots, infrastructure elements, account for power, water, and common life support requirements, and so on. Yes, there are many questions of how such a plan would conform to international outer space treaties and laws, but where there is a will to do so, we will find a way to work within this legal parameters. The question of how do we pay for it? Well, that's an important question as well. And the Beyond Earth Institute is actually researching this very topic as we speak. In fact, in my next talk in this track, I will be addressing the challenges of financing large-scale space projects. So let's be clear, like Washington, D.C., our lunar city would not emerge fully formed overnight. It will be a 100-year project, right? Government and private stakeholders can join together and begin to install the foundational elements incrementally. There you go. Incremental is fine as long as you have the plan. You see that once we have this master plan, we then have the basis on which to logically justify all of the incremental steps necessary for fulfilling it. I'm sure that some of the listeners here to this may say that we just don't know enough to begin to plan such a lunar city. L'Enfant wasn't certain either about how the capital city would be realized, but we know more than enough to get started, and we'll find the solutions to the challenges as we go. So let's create ambitious policies to enable development of human communities in space, policies to plan it out in great detail, and then we could live into that plan over the coming decades and into the next century. This is a purpose of my organization. I know the Space Renaissance Congress believes the same, that we are working to create the policy and legal framework that will enable economically vibrant communities beyond Earth. So that's what I wanted to say about why we must move beyond this incremental approach to space policy. It's very important that we do so. And so that concludes my presentation here. And I want to now move on to our next speaker, Kevin Myrick, who will speak on the topic of getting people into space. Kevin is an accomplished artist and a technologist with a degree in computer science and information technology. And so with that, Kevin, if you're ready, I'll hand it off to you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me get my screen share going. Let's see. Here we go. And I assume my slides are visible to you?
You look good.
All right. Synergy Moon is a company that I have that is an extension of a team from the Google Lunar X Prize. One of the main focuses of Team Synergy Moon was getting everyday people, getting average people involved and interested in space. Our driving background thought and motivation was that before we can really look to space settlement, we need to convince most of our population on Earth that it's worthwhile to settle there. We need to convince most of them that there is interest there. We need to find the people among our populations that are interested in doing things in space. One of the ways that we wanted to get people involved in space is to look for things that they can do that don't involve people having to be astronauts or having to be millionaires or entrepreneurs or having to work for a large industrial company. We figure people can stake a claim somewhere in space, especially in today's moon rush. Many countries right now are rushing to get to the moon. There are several countries that currently have orbiters or landers on the moon. People have had a relationship with the moon and multiple cultures around the Earth for thousands of years. Right now, more than 5 countries have either landed on the moon, orbited the moon. This slide is just showing lots of different places, lots of different hardware that we've sent to the moon over the years. We've seen the side of the moon that's always visible to Earth. There's also a side sometimes called the dark side of the moon, even though it's not dark, that's not visible to us. And there are lots of resources available there, no matter where you go on the moon. And there are resources that are available there that need to be confirmed. And some of that confirmation can be done by average citizens using different methodologies that are available right now. Let's see if I can advance this slide. We've sent 6 missions that actually had the ability to land on the moon, one that orbited the moon and came back because of problems that they had. And among the various orbiters and orbiters and missions to the moon, we've mapped the moon. We've mapped the resources that are available on the moon. We've sent high definition video cameras to the moon to provide us with views of the moon that are interesting, that have more definition. In the early part of the 21st century, we have the Google Lunar X Prize, which actually put together teams of people with the express purpose of going to the moon, of sending hardware to the moon and sending back video from the moon of these resources, video of the surface of the moon. These are some of the people that were involved in that, not people from space agencies, mostly people from all walks of life. At the end of that competition, over 8-9 years, there were 5 teams that were ready to go ahead and get to the moon. One of them actually did crash land a lander on the moon, and the other teams, including that team, are still involved in getting hardware to the moon as private companies today. Why do people want to go to the moon? It's close, it's interesting, it's useful to us. It's a stepping stone to the rest of the solar system. A lot of people interested in colonizing Mars. There are a lot of things we can learn on the moon that we need to know about living in space, living on another body before we go to Mars. It's close. You don't have to worry about not being able to evacuate people over months of time. The moon is like 3 days away in terms of being able to get there and to get back. Again, we've had multiple missions that have already gone to the moon. We've had plenty of cameras, plenty of images that people are used to seeing. And there's value on the moon. There are energy resources, there are environmental resources. One of the chief values that I see to the moon is to provide resources to our space-based operations, orbital satellites, orbital space stations, orbital habitats. All of these things need resources that are better sourced from the moon than sourced from Earth because of the lower gravity on the moon. Locating all of these resources on the moon is one of the things that is paramount to getting this done. And locating and verifying these resources on the moon is something that everyday people can help with. NASA has a long-term plan, and the other space agencies over the next 10 years of a lot of major development on the moon, but it's going to happen very slowly without the help of everyday people. And I think what everyday people can bring to the table is their, I guess the best way to say it is their enthusiasm. Right now, we have high school teams, groups of high school students, groups of middle school students, and several groups of college students that have launched satellites into orbit, CubeSats, TubeSats. For each one of those satellites that they've launched into orbit, maybe 50 to 100 people have been involved in doing that and getting that up there. Those are people who are children, who are students, and their families and their supporters. These are the people that we need to get interested, and these are the people who have already started finding ways to get into space. They've been able to go beyond the financial limits, think beyond the millions of dollars that are required. You hear often quoted today that we're bringing the cost of getting a man into space down to $1 million. Well, that doesn't excite the everyday person in terms of them getting into space, because the average person doesn't have $1 million to get into space and do anything. So what I'm proposing and what I've been talking to a lot of people about is getting together in small groups, in scout groups, in educational groups, and putting your funds together the same way people put funds together for a film production. Putting your funds together to create small satellites, to create CubeSats, TubeSats, even to create small lunar rovers. One of the outcomes of the Google Lunar X Prize is a burgeoning industry of lunar transportation, which NASA has kind of accelerated and helped along through its commercial transportation programs and through the plans that they have. They're basically being the anchor tenant for a lot of these transportation companies. And a lot of these companies have room on their ships, which are leaving starting next year and going to the moon, taking NASA experiments, but also taking a lot of experiments from average everyday people and taking experiments from companies, other countries, small countries that don't have space programs. This slide just shows the cost of missions, LEO missions, cislunar missions, rover missions. The cost of those missions are easily spread out over groups of people, 50 people, 100 people, which is the number of people that get involved in these things if you're doing it through a high school or through a scout troop. So these things can be financed by average everyday people on Earth in average everyday ways that they finance other events, other projects that they do. And I think that we need to start promoting that type of thought, that type of financing, promoting more those people being able to get into space, for educational purposes, to get into space for a hobby purpose. And in the case of lunar rovers and micro rovers, to get into space to help with the on-site validation of the presence of lunar materials. Of the organizations that have vied for NASA contracts for landing on the moon, SpaceX in the middle here has received the contract to be the first lander. One thing I like about the SpaceX lander is not only is it capable of doing things in the limited fashion that NASA wants to do things, it's also capable of doing things in the more grander fashion that we've seen in movies from the 50s, where you see not one or two or maybe three people, but 6 or 8 or 10 people in a mission or in an exploration to another planet or to the moon or to Mars. One thing that we need to get away from and that we need to start making room for is more people, once we start getting people into space, able to get there at one time, able to function in space, able to function on the ship. There are other factors that keep that from happening right now, and some of that I'm going to go into in a later presentation during this Congress. This slide just shows the several different things that are going to be part of a lunar base, part of any lunar city. A lot of that can be built robotically. And some of these robots can also be developed by groups of people putting their money together, developing small examples, proof of concept, and possibly getting sponsors from some of the major corporations to send those proofs of concept to the moon. There have been lots of visions, and these last couple of slides are mainly about that, visions of lunar habitats, visions of what people may look like on the moon, visions of the entrepreneurs, things that people can do, like providing power, providing foods, just providing a garden for people to be able to walk in for their sanity. Industrial centers on the moon, areas where people will be able to land, where people will be able to mine, where people will be able to look for and extract those resources that are going to be needed in orbit for space habitats, for space stations, as well as for space exploration missions, missions to Mars, missions to the asteroids, all of these things that are much more easily sourced from the moon. And a lot of that can start with everyday people getting together, putting their funds together, and doing these small missions, doing these CubeSat and TubeSat missions, getting their rovers together, sending them to the moon on some of these expeditions that are going starting next year to be proof of concept, to provide ground truth for some of the information that we've only gathered so far through satellite photos and through sample returns from the Apollo missions and a couple of sample return missions that have happened recently and are planned in the near future. That's pretty much the talk that I want to give today. And I'm going to return my screen.
Hey, Kevin, that's wonderful. I have to say, you know, adding into the dimension of the average citizen to become much more engaged with the space development is it's a very important aspect. And I think, and we certainly hope as we evolve and, you know, access to space, access to the moon becomes more affordable and easier, that there'll be increased opportunities for individuals to get involved And I think that's an enormous driver. I think that's not stated enough, because if you get a lot of people giving a little money, you're going to do much better than having a few people giving a lot of money, right? So so congratulations, great, and we'll talk more about it during our discussion period at the end. I do want to now want to introduce one of my colleague at the Beyond Earth Institute, Tony Tora, and I want to let's see now. Tony will be speaking on governance rules to enable Beyond Earth. Is that the talk you're giving now, Tony?
Oh, I thought I was going to start with the other one, but that's
okay.
fine.
No. I'm sorry. I should have checked with you in advance. So the other.
I'd just like to add to the other point, though. It's also good to have lots of people giving lots of money if you need a lot of money.
Well, exactly. That's true too. Yeah. So Tony will be he will be discussing policies to enable the development of infrastructure in space. And it really dovetails, I think, to a great extent to what Kevin was just getting into. So this should be very interesting. And Tom is, as I mentioned, he is a Beyond Earth co-founder.
Tony, I'm subbing in for Tom.
Oh,
so.
Tony, I'm sorry. Oh no, Tony. Oh boy. Okay, we'll get this right. We'll get this right, Tony.
It's
I
okay.
promise. I promise. All right. So he's also Tony is also the vice president of policy coherence. He is he's also the vice president for government relations of Link Global, a satellite telecommunications company bringing mobile phone connectivity and unmodified mobile phones worldwide. He was the senior professional staff at the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology for the U.S. House of Representatives, so he very much knows whereof he speaks. Tony was the senior policy advisor also to Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, who was a leading a leader on space exploration, development, and settlement activities. So anyway, Tony and I have known each other for many years, and with that, Tony, you have the floor.
Thank you, Steve. That was very kind. So I'm going to talk a little bit about policies to enable the development of infrastructure in space. And so I just wanted to start by saying we at the Beyond Earth Institute, so we're a think tank dedicated to creating and sustaining a legal and policy framework to enable communities beyond Earth. So we're looking towards a future where people go to space, not just on a mission or to visit a space station or a moon base for a few weeks or a few months, but to move permanently beyond Earth. So we really appreciate this opportunity to address some of these issues and to get all of the interaction with the other speakers. So the mindset is different when you're going permanently. The needs are different, and although there are many similarities with previous migrations, there's going to be many differences this time. So one of the key differences is that infrastructure is going to be needed on day zero, which means you cannot go anywhere beyond Earth without bringing your own air, your own water, and your own systems to keep them clean. So most human migrations have not had that problem. People could travel across an ocean, find some place to land, use the resources there to survive and to build the needed infrastructure that they had. Now, we can happily leave aside the encroachment on native populations, which has been the hallmark of most human migrations, since there are no native populations at the destinations we're going to. But as we look at the historic and current infrastructure in space, so humans have built a series of different space stations. So the first one was Salyut 1, and that was actually in the middle of its 6-month lifetime 50 years ago. And the Soviet Union and subsequently Russia built a series of space stations to perform science work and understand how humans could live and work of microgravity and how different systems could work with it. So we have built those over the years and up to today where we've got the International Space Station and the Tiangong space stations up in space. And they're operational today. And we're learning more than we have in the past. We've got centrifuges on them. We've done all sorts of different things, but the infrastructure itself is still designed for people to go and do their work there for a while and then to leave. And in some cases, like International Space Station, there has been a continual human presence on it for many years, but there is a lifetime of that station that it was designed for. And we don't have a really good plan to either swap out components to continue it, or to upgrade them, or to even just let pieces of it go and continue to operate the rest of it. So when we talk about what we're going to do with it in the future, the conversations between Russia and the European Union and NASA all come around, well, when are we going to deorbit it, if we will? So those sorts of things are not conducive to that long-term viewpoint. And then we look at, as we look forward, Indonesia and India have also indicated they're interested in establishing their own future space stations, but we're starting to see new frameworks emerge. As we look at the moon, the infrastructure that was built for humans to go to the moon under Apollo, that infrastructure was very short term, and it needed to be, because we were right at the edge of what we could do from an engineering standpoint. Maybe a little bit over the edge of what we can do for an engineering standpoint. I mean, when your lunar module ascent stage, you get one chance to fire it and they could not test fire it on the ground. You know, that's really right on the edge. So, but if you look at Artemis Lunar Gateway and the follow-up Artemis Base Camp on the moon, it's a joint program between the United States and the European Space Agency and the Canadian Space Agency and the Japanese. So they're planning on constructing that now. But again, it's a limited use facility. So what sort of research do we need to do now to enable permanence? And we're not even thinking about it in the policy realm. So one of the things we've been thinking about is, how do you use what these agencies are doing today to leverage it? So if you're looking at something like, what do we need to do with a oxygen reclamation system for 10 years? How much more research is required to figure out if you can do that on a permanent basis? And what sort of replacement parts? How do you design such that either you can 3D print everything you need, or you reduce the number of moving parts so that it simplifies the system so that it enables a longer lifetime? And then Russia and China have announced a collaboration to build their own moon base. And I'm not sure, obviously they're not going to build for permanence, but we've got those same sorts of issues. But then we look more towards the private companies and what the billionaires are doing. And they're talking about permanence. This gets back to one of the things Steve was talking about, is we're talking about incrementalism. Well, they're not. They're talking about moving massive amounts of people and volume of cargo out beyond Earth. So whether it's to the moon or to Mars or to deep space someplace. In order to do that, however, you need governments of the Earth to allow it. And right now it's not very clear that they're going to allow it. We need these systems to process air and water, and we need food, and we're probably going to need to grow food. Obviously, there will be some commercial activity between a permanent space station and the Earth. Obviously, you want it to be economically vibrant, which means you're creating some form of good or service, and that helps provide wealth. But when you're building it, what are the codes that you're using to build it? Is it just, our best practices? Does it need to be more than that? So we in the US, just down in Florida, we just had a tragic building collapse where it's feared that over 160 people were killed. But we have strict building codes on Earth. We have strict building codes in Florida, and we generally understand the needs of building here on the surface of the Earth. When we're building on the moon, we won't understand that. If we're building in deep space, we have some knowledge of that, but ultimately, who's going to be responsible for these regulations? Is it the United Nations? Is it going to be international treaties? Is it going to be nation states themselves? And are they going to approve? If Jeff Bezos says, you know what, I'm building this moon base, is he going to be able to get authorization from a government of the Earth to build a moon base to bring people to? And the short answer is, I'm not sure at this point, because those policies are not in place. It's a big question mark, because those countries don't want to accept any liability for what they approve. And if people are going there to live and work and maybe, to spend the rest of their lives there, what is the liability for the country that has, authorized that? And without more information, I think that a lot of nation states are going to be wary of doing that. One of the other pieces of this is a few years ago, the United States produced legislation that said that their interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty is such that you can mine materials in space, you can use them for other purposes, and you own them. And other nations disagreed with that. So we have a sort of a divergence in that legal and policy framework about using in-space manufacturing processes, who is ultimately going to be the owner of those things. And so these are big questions that need to be resolved on either a national or an international basis. And even if you resolve them nationally, you still have international challenges. So, but to lay the groundwork for the eventual construction of permanent human communities beyond Earth, you need novel forms of policy to accept that risk. You also need novel forms of in-space infrastructure that may not have analogs here on the surface of the Earth. And how do you get nation states to be, accepting of those particular new forms? So infrastructure funding is also a huge question, because these things are not going to be inexpensive. So what sort of funding mechanisms are going to be useful to enable building infrastructure? And that's one of the things that Steve's got a project working on. We're doing some workshops right now. So I see I'm out of my time though. So there's a lot of still open questions, and they're going to continue to be. But the legislation and regulations and voluntary industry norms are going to be put in place. I have a very hard time seeing the Outer Space Treaty being amended or a new treaty being put in place. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in my next session. So Steve?
Hey, great, Tony. As usual, very thorough, very detailed. It is interesting, and we've heard several times that whereas up until now, maybe the last decade or so was about how do we bring down the cost of launch? So launch was a focus. In the coming decade, the focus is going to be on infrastructure and how do we pay for it. Now, unfortunately, the big infrastructure bill that President Biden has negotiated in a bipartisan way doesn't have money for in-space infrastructure, but actually it looks like it does. It will include some infrastructure money for Earth-based space-related infrastructure items. So we're getting there. Maybe the next infrastructure package will include that. So actually, for the remainder of this track, until we get into a discussion, is going to be Tony and I being a tag team. So now I'm coming back on, and Tony will come back on, and then we'll have a general discussion. So what I would like to do is I do want to get into what Tony just mentioned, our project to identify ways of identify models that will allow us to fund large-scale space infrastructure and habitat projects. It was interesting that when we first filled out this the abstract for this talk, that idea was really just a germ of an idea, and now we have in the interim have taken the step of making a full-blown project of the Beyond Earth Institute. So this is a perfect opportunity to share. And what we've done so far, we're actually literally just in the middle of it. So let me to sort of tee this up, and I do have some slides I want to share with you. So as we know, space is very hard. and it's very expensive. There's no question about that. International Space Station is $150 billion and counting, right? $3 billion a year. We're paying on that baby. Returning to the moon with the Artemis program, that's a $30 billion or so project right now. In all likelihood, we can expect that to balloon if history's any indicator. So yet the vision that we have for exploration and development, really far exceeds these very modest endeavors, right? As we say, incremental. Accessing the vast resources of space that supports a growing off-world population will require the kind of initial investment that really far exceeds the means of any government or private entity right now. With maybe one exception of Elon Musk, and it will be very interesting to see how he plans to unveil and engage with his Mars settlement. But NASA has made strides in the past decades, of course, on sharing costs with the private sector. And this trend, of course, needs to continue, public-private partnerships, but the basic public-private partnerships, a scenario or model may not be enough to fulfill this kind of vision that we all share here on this call. So to examine the topic more thoroughly, Beyond Earth has initiated a research project to review advanced financing models to fund large-scale space infrastructure and habitat projects. The Beyond Earth has invited authors of several well-considered advanced financing models to subject their work to a panel of evaluators for their reactions and input and so forth. So with that, let me share with you some slides in that regard. Now, let me see if I could just do this. I'm assuming you all can see this at this point. If I can, did I freeze? Did I freeze up? Looks like I froze.
No, you're not frozen. I can still see you and hear you.
Okay.
And it shows that you started screen sharing, but there's nothing on the screen yet.
There's nothing on the screen. Okay, something, all right. Looks like something froze on my end, but you could still hear me, right?
Yes, I can still hear you and see you on the list of.
So try unsharing, stopping the share and resharing if you wanted to.
Looks like that's frozen. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Something just happened. Okay, I got the unshare. Let me try one more time. Let me try this. Let me see if this works. So you guys could see that slide now, I assume.
Yes.
Let me make sure that's the right deck. So yes. All right. So as Tony, this is our wonderful logo, and Tony has already said what we're all about. So this project, let me do this. So yeah, these are the basic features of this project. As I said, we're looking to identify we want to identify the financing mechanisms available. So we actually do want to do a review of like, what are all the ways that we could finance large scale projects, right? And infrastructure projects, government, private means, and so forth. We want to review and evaluate proposed models. Now, these models have to be well considered, right? So we've identified 3 so far, and we actually open to others. So certainly, if anyone here, we're eager to do this long-term project. We'll complete an initial report by the fall, but we actually see this as the beginning of a much longer effort of examining this dimension over time, as a cornerstone effort of the Beyond Earth. So we've already started conducting workshops. We held 1 workshop last week. We have 2 coming up. I will actually try to paste the Zoom links into the chat field if that works. I don't know. Anyway, one way or another, those workshops are open to the public. And but primarily it is the evaluators here, the evaluators that will be listening to a presentation by the owners of these, by the authors of these proposals. And then the evaluators will react to them qualitatively in the workshop. And then they're also asked to complete a quantitative questionnaire. So we'll have qualitative and quantitative data for our report. So these are the criteria for the evaluation. So is the model comprehensive? Is it complete? What are the chances of success? Is it financially sound? You know, does it make sense from a financial standpoint? Does it allow or allow for diversity of certainly gender, race, international? You know, how inclusive is this plan? And is it enabling? And to what extent does it enable communities beyond Earth, right? So that's ultimately our goal anyway. So we want to make sure we capture that. That's our criteria. These are our evaluators right now. We have representation from Deloitte. We have venture capitalists. We have equity investors. We have a representative of Cislunar Industries. I won't read down these names, but all these individuals have significant expertise in terms of financing on a large scale. So we kicked off this program with a webinar. So this webinar, it was held on June 10th with these individuals. It was an excellent discussion. Where one of the interesting things that came out of this was, you all may be familiar with this with SPAC, SPAC. This is a mechanism that is being employed for new IPOs, initial public offerings for space that space companies have been taking advantage of. And what this is doing, just financial, this sort of financial gobbledygook, but essentially what it is allowing for relatively new or startup companies to enter the investment markets, and enables them to gather or amass great reserves and resources, cash basically, so that they can then convert that and leverage their activities to a much greater extent than they could, say, through direct or pure venture capitalism. So that's a very interesting dimension. And how does that? And one of the things we're looking at is how does that play into, this whole aspect of financing these large scale activities. So that was an interesting discussion. And we followed that on with our workshops, as I mentioned. Here's the schedule. We held our, as I said, we held the last one and on the model. And I'm gonna get into each of these models very briefly, because I don't want to pretend that I'm an expert on these models, but I'm just going to give you a sense of what they're about, because they vary quite a bit. And again, when you're looking at this question of how do we, what kind of policies can we enact that would very broadly help to manage large amounts of financing that is necessary, we need to be very creative. So in the first one we discussed was the Lunar Development Cooperative. The one that we'll be doing this week on the 29th, it's called the Space Corporation Act. It's actually a piece of legislation that is in Congress, U.S. Congress right now. And then an idea for a bank of space. So now I will do my best, I think, at this point to give you a flavor of what these proposals are. So the Lunar Development Cooperative is an independent private effort, right? Whereby countries and companies and individuals or in any interested party could be a part of. Okay, this is the lunar. What does the LDC do? The Lunar Development Cooperative. It provides for infrastructure and public services. So in this regard, we need to think of LDC, at least in part, as the utility company for providing the critical infrastructure for a particular region of the moon that is defined. So to a certain extent, this ties into what I was suggesting earlier. Can we create a city? Can we plan a city and then live into that plan? So this would align with that. And so it would be a situation where tenants, people interested, whether it's companies or countries or other types of consortiums, could come together and say, okay, I want to build a manufacturing facility here, or a resource or mineral processing facility there, or a lunar hotel over here for guests, and they would go to this Lunar Development Cooperative. They would be part of the cooperative. There would be fees associated, so these fees would then feed back into maintaining the infrastructure and so forth, much like we see on Earth. So it's very multinational. It's a location-based services, access fees. It's based on fees. They're not taking a percentage of wealth or any of that. So it's an interesting concept. Okay. Now, again, that's really all I'm going to say about it. If you have questions, I will try to answer them, but I would definitely defer you to look these things up. Again, I can provide this information for you, where to find out more information about it. I want to move over to this proposal by the Foundation for the Future. Some of you may have heard of this organization. It's a relatively new group on the horizon. It's called they have drafted a bill for the U.S. Congress, which is called the Space Corporation Act of 2021. And that's an acronym which stands for Space Public Private Advanced Commercialization Enterprise Corporation, a bit of a mouthful, but that's fine. It's very interesting. Now, this I will say is much more U.S. focused, right? It's about U.S. leadership, right? So, but it's an interesting plan which would stand up a government-sponsored private corporation. So we have a history of that in the United States. So it's not completely new. And it would be allowed to take investments. It would be allowed to it would be allowed to take funds to invest. It would be allowed to invest in infrastructure. It would be funded in part or to a large extent by the US government. It would be allowed to leverage what we're doing, and it would create a degree of independence from, say, NASA or an in-government activity. As many of you know, one of the big problems with NASA has been the fact that they're always subject to every 4 years to having a new president come in and potentially undo a lot of the programs that they have been undertaking. Many of the programs in NASA, I'm not saying anything that's not true. Many of the programs in NASA are subject to political tug and pull and so forth, and not always in the best interest of getting the kinds of results we would like in space. So it gives us independence. So that's a good thing. So it's an interesting model. I think the important thing, well, I'll share the other one and then I'll wrap up. So this one now is saying, well, we don't need any of that. All we need is, it may not even need any specific like government policy, although it may be helpful. But here, we have, let me see here if it's called the Bank of Space, which is sort of like the World Bank, right? So where countries are contributing money to this bank, and it is providing a large reserve of cash that can then be invested into private companies that are, as long as that investment is fulfilling a certain purpose of that the bank requires, right? So if you could imagine this pooling of money, it could be private money, it could be government money that goes into this thing, and then you're much more allowing the private sector to drive this activity, maybe more organically. So it's a very interesting model, and I love their graphics. So let's see their core offerings. So this is as a bank, it's like a regular bank in many ways. So it's FDIC insured bank deposits, products for space enthusiasts. So anyone, getting back to Kevin's idea, this gives an opportunity for just a regular anybody to make an investment in space. How cool is that? It would be a treasury, a wealth management and trust services for high net worth individuals and organizations. Capital deployment into the space industry, loans, equity, CRA, and grants, right? And then this last one, I can't read because yes, I can. And then the space industry focused loan or origination or syndication and underwriting services. So they provide a range of financial services that can help to push us forward into space. And so very interesting. So that's it. The only final thing I'll say about this is that we're coming into this, we're not picking winners and losers. We're not saying, at the end of this evaluation, we think this thing is going to work and this thing isn't. And we want to do a responsible review. We want to give positive feedback. We actually want to use our evaluators to say, well, what you could do, which maybe can strengthen, your proposal is this, and that. So it could be that down the road, again, we're starting this process, could be down the road, Beyond Earth could land on a preferred analysis. It would be much nicer if there's a sort of a consensus naturally builds around how we're going to pay for it. But we definitely feel that we must be much, much more creative about how we're financing this, because otherwise we're just not going to do it. So with that, I'm going to turn the call back over to Tony. So Tony, and I won't introduce him again, but I will say that Tony is in this one. He's going to talk about governance rules to enable communities beyond Earth. And so with that, Tony, you have the floor again.
It's the Steve and Tony show, so I guess that's
and Kevin show. That's all right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, Kevin did a great job. I was very excited to see what he had to say there. So
he's like going, "Don't forget me."
No. It's your job to not forget him. It's my job to just talk, right? All right. So as we look at governance rules to enable communities beyond Earth, so specifically, we're looking at private and public access and utilization of both space resources and property. So let's start with the basic United Nations, the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. It's generally considered the forum for the development of international space law. And there are 5 different treaties that they talk about. First is the Outer Space Treaty, which was from 1967, which you'll recall was during the Cold War. And 107 nations are parties to that. And there's 23 more signatories. So that is a widely accepted treaty. It's a statement of principles. It's a statement of action, though it's never been legally tested. And it's not clear how it could be legally tested. I'll get into that in a little bit more. But the following year, 1968, there was an agreement on the rescue of astronauts and return of objects launched into outer space. Then there was 1972, the Convention on International Liability followed in 1975 by the Convention on Registration of Objects Launched into Outer Space. So one of the things that is legally accepted is that the nation state that launches something into space is responsible for it. But the nation that literally launches it isn't always responsible for it. So other countries have taken on the launching state obligation. So they register it with the United Nations. Now, there are quite a few objects that have been launched that have not been registered. So that brings up a different issue in that there's a legal and policy framework established. Nation states that launch objects are responsible for them. However, if things aren't actually registered and assigned to specific nation states, then who is responsible for those? That's incredibly unclear at this point. I'm sorry, I got a cold, so I'm just fighting it off there. And then we move to and only 64 nations signed the Convention on Registration of Objects. So there's a significant drop off from 107 nations down to 64 for that. Mostly because nations don't want to sign on to something that would cause them to owe money to people or take on responsibility in an international realm that they don't necessarily, want to have. And then the fifth document is the Moon Treaty, technically agreement governing the activities of states on the moon and other celestial bodies. And that's from 1979. And this is widely considered a failed treaty. Only 17 nations are parties to the treaty, and only 4 additional nations signed on. Neither the United States nor the Soviet Union and subsequently Russia signed it. This one went further than the Outer Space Treaty. Instead of just saying that it's, space should be used for the benefit of mankind, this one specifically prohibited certain activities and said that resources that were acquired in space would have to be equitably distributed, those sorts of things. And there's some interpretation issues in each of these. But as you look at those, it was clear that some people wanted to move in that direction, where space is more of a communal location. And most of the countries of the world did not. They saw value for their own nations in moving in a different direction. So recently we've seen the rise of new agreements to further, in most cases, to further clarify the UN Outer Space Treaty. So the Artemis Accords, for example, was put forth by the United States and now has, I think, a dozen other signatories. And those are agreements to abide by certain principles that are further defined. But each of those is taken directly from the Outer Space Treaty. And it helps clarify how those things are being interpreted. Also, you look at like the Moon Village Association, which is a framework for working together to establish this Moon Village. Russia and China have also announced a collaboration. And obviously they will come up with some sort of agreement on rules of the road for them and that collaboration. I'd also like to point out, importantly, the Space Renaissance International is giving us this great opportunity here at this Congress to discuss what the future can look like. And we need to discuss it now before it becomes a real economic or political threat or cost to certain nations. Because as you move forward, that's going to be a truth. And usually these things aren't discussed until it's too late. And you're asking one nation to sacrifice something that it has in order to respect other things. So what are the basic and universal human rights that must be respected? Now, where we believe at the Beyond Earth Institute that it's incredibly important to have an established set of human rights. Agreement among like-minded nations, but there is no independent, clearly defined article of human rights specifically addressing the needs of humanity in long-term space communities. Even with nations, within nations, there are continuing interpretations about what is allowable, what is necessary, and what is not when dealing with humanity. In the United States, we have a huge ongoing, and really it's been the hallmark of the American history about racial relations. Other countries have different disputes. There's balkanization in some areas of the world. The Chinese and the Uyghurs, what's going on there? And are their human rights being respected? I think we all have a similar answer to that. So one of the things that we see throughout human history, it's when you move to a sort of an environment where the nation state doesn't directly control it, you get sort of differing human activity. So human interaction. Human history is littered with examples of both the Good Samaritan, where an individual comes to the aid of a seeming enemy in times of great need. All right. And then you see the other side, which is turning the blind eye. So ignoring those in need, even when providing the help, would have nearly no impact on those providing it. And this is just the human condition, right? You can't take humanity out of the loop. But if you establish a framework and you establish those expectations, then you're basically starting from a point where everyone agrees to these to the framework. So we've tried to create some new paradigms here on Earth where we work collectively or render aid and assistance to those in need. So like the Law of the Sea Treaty says you render aid to those in need. Scientific installations like Antarctica, they try to work collectively. And if you need a thing, that we've got the thing, you can have the thing. But even those fall under pressure from nation states and from, the hard times. So we'll not be able to remove the human element from communities beyond Earth. And whether you think it's more likely to be a Good Samaritan approach that takes place or the turning the blind eye depends on whether or not you're pessimistic or optimistic about humanity. So, but a written framework will always help. Now, obviously, it's not easy to get there, right? And we really have three different approaches to people in space. One is state actors, okay? So astronauts, cosmonauts, these are people who are acting on behalf of the state, whether that state is the United States, the European space, Europe, a specific country within Europe, Russia, Japan, whomever, all right? And this is going to expand. There have been obviously military personnel in space. With the creation of the Space Force in the United States, they're now looking at other human stations and whether or not you can actually create a military station in space as long as it is not for, militaristic purposes. So these are also those key questions. Then your second group is actors approved by the state. And that's everybody else, right? So because you cannot go to space unless you're approved to launch into space. It's really a difference in previous human migrations. And then the third concept is just universal human rights. So is everybody respecting that? State actors have a certain expectation, right? The government is asking you to do certain things. And if you're a state actor and you're in the military, the government may ask you to take steps that will put your life in danger or very likely make you lose it for a purpose that they believe is greater. Is that fundamentally acceptable or is that fundamentally unacceptable? So nations also need to protect their own interests while allowing for allowing some level of self-governance. So we've seen problems with this through settlements, colonies, territories throughout human history. The parent government doesn't want to give up any control. The people who are controlled from far away resent it and they act on that resentment. And by thinking about it and planning it out now, we can reach agreements on international, perhaps even universal approaches to require some level of local governance before it becomes that specific economic or political burden to some specific nation. And that way it can be built into the strategy and planning of these communities. Steve, I'll cut it off there. I had a few other things I wanted to touch on, but dispute resolution and how we protect investors on these sorts of things, but we can talk about that a little bit in the Q&A, I guess.
Well, yeah, and Adriano, you have to let us know how much time that we have. I know technically we have 4 minutes. I know we started late, so I don't know if we're going to go allowed to go over. But why don't I ask that question and you answer?
No, yes, exactly. We have 4 minutes, but I think we can maybe take 10 minutes if we have questions and a little bit of discussion, because your presentation was excellent, really, by you and by Tony and by Kevin too. So I think that there will be very much to talk about that. And I think the most interesting thing to me is the innovative methodology that you are following to try to define models. And for sure, the idea of a space bank is a wonderful idea. And but what I like very much is the setup to try to think about the strategy, because what I think what the most intelligent, let me say, people or think about space, like for instance Jeff Greason, that I saw his interview at his speech at the ISDC 2017, where he was saying that exactly what is missing is a strategy to start expanding, to start moving outside.
That's right.
And I was so engaged by this idea shown by Jeff in that conference, that I prepared a paper that I will be presenting tomorrow about strategies. And I take some comparison with the strategies of the past. For instance, the transcontinental railroad of the States that required a collaboration between the government and the two major corporations that were working to develop the Pacific Railroad. I don't remember well. However, the government granted a series of laws that allowed the companies to deal with the land claim and all the transportation problems. And it's a very, very interesting history of the railroad that present several similitudes with the building of infrastructures in the geolunar space, for sure. So
yeah,
I will be presenting this tomorrow, and I will be very, very happy if you could join that session, and maybe we can have a discussion about that. Because strategy is the most important thing that we have to face now in 2021, because we have the means now, because we will have a fully reusable launch vehicles. That is the very basic brick, to start building. And
right. Well, no, you make a good point. We don't, I mean, and this gets back to my concept of a plan, right? A strategy is really how do we, can we take a longer view of what we want to be in space, or what we want to do, especially with respect to the human presence, which in many ways we just need to come to terms with what we want to do and set a plan for it, and then incrementally work towards that. I do want to just to get into a little bit of a dialogue with the panel here, and I want to maybe swing back to Kevin. I really was very interested and intrigued by what you were saying, just to tie what Tony was just talking about in your discussion. I mean, how do you where do you see the point at which people can actually gain access to become directly involved with the space mission? And to what extent, do you think people are going to be concerned about this notion of human rights in space? Because a lot of people may not be as concerned about that. Curious about what do you think?
Well, I think we're already at the point where individuals, small groups of people can become involved. One of the things I mentioned is that there are groups that are already involved in terms of just getting into space with CubeSat projects, TubeSat projects, and things like that. Also, some of the space agencies like NASA that I'm familiar with in particular offer programs that allow schools to get access to Earth observation satellites, Earth observation photographs that they can use. But in terms of the other thing you were mentioning, one thing that afflicts humankind, that has afflicted us throughout our history is our, I don't know if you want to call it our fear or our, reaction to what has been lately called the other. It's a difficult thing to deal with, to grasp. I've actually been involved in a couple of different online conversations about race in space, about race in the American space program, and also even with talking to Susan about what will happen when various cultures that are not always, that don't always mesh with each other, are brought to into close proximity in space. If we're bringing a lot of people up to space and we're trying to be culturally neutral, well, that's not going to be possible. Maybe we can do that on the space station. It's an international space station, and we have international rules, and we have a small group of people who are very disciplined about what they're doing, and very disciplined about what they're going to talk about with each other and what they're going to do, and very private about going about what they do for their own personal health in their own little cabin or by themselves in the cupola. I always thought it was interesting that all of the pictures that I've ever seen of people in the cupola on the space station, they've always been alone. I don't remember seeing any pictures of 2 or 3 people in there looking out the window and having a conversation with each other. Not to say that it doesn't happen, but it isn't being shown to me that happens. So it will be interesting.
I think you, if I can, Kevin, I think you're absolutely right. I think, it's hard enough here on Earth with your next door neighbor or the person down the road to not think of them as the other. When we start having branches of civilization on other planets and other parts of the solar system, and that's why I think what Tony was talking about, and Tony, you could expand on this, that the need, as we expand out, that we have a very strong sense of right and wrong when it comes to human rights. There's no guarantee, but I think we need to have a strong focus on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there can't be a guarantee. That's the other thing. It's just human nature, right? And even if you look, I hate to use this example, but the U.S. Astronaut Corps, right? These people are screened. They go through an incredible vetting process. And then we even saw 10 years ago where one of them was in an affair with the other one, and it was just like this domestic drama, right? And that was in Houston and
Right.
Florida. That wasn't in space in a scenario where you're locked in a metal box together. So the way that all plays out, you have to be able to respect the rights of others, even if you have strong disagreements with them. And if you can't, then you're not constitutionally, right for that particular life, for that particular location, I think.
Right.
But if you don't get everybody to agree to it, then you're going to have disagreements. So if you have United Arab Emirates put up a station and you have Israel put up a station, how are those two going to interact together if they need to? And it might work out very well, and it might not. And it might depend upon those individuals, but you need sort of a framework within which to operate.
Exactly. Kevin, any other thought? There's so much here. I mean, we could just, the idea, as you were saying, Adriano, the idea of, what role does policy have in financing? That's a big area, and we're making strides with public-private partnerships, but that is really, there's so much more creative thinking that can and should and needs to go into that, especially with these very large structures. I mean, I think Kevin's activities, he's focusing on CubeSats, ways that people, especially entrepreneurs with not that much funds, can kind of get into it and be part of the space arena. But as you look at the notion of humans living in any kind of significant numbers beyond Earth, the economics are just very, very challenging. But as we move out there, though, the norms and standards and agreed upon norms are very, very important, and will continue to be very important. And those are the kinds of issues that we're dealing with. Also, to advance, we need to advance the technology itself. So, are we making the right investments, and where are those investments being made? Are we spending enough in certain areas? So we're actually working on another paper on the human health aspects, and this actually links to your previous session. We see that the amount of money that NASA is actually investing in life sciences or the health of humans in space, that budget item is actually going down. Even as we build up to go back to the moon, and so it's certainly not the time for us to be cutting back on investing in research and how to keep humans healthy and alive and thriving in space.
Yeah,
anyway,
I think
those are just
things that you mentioned earlier. The Bank of Space, to the points that I was making, is another very good way that people can get involved. If there is something like that, people may be hesitant to go into the stock market and invest in this one company or that one company, or even in a particular fund that's inside of the stock market, because it's less known to them how that functions. It's a black box that's got black magic in it, so to speak. But people maybe have more of a trust of something that's called a bank in terms of putting their money, their savings in there. People don't think that much about what is this bank doing with my savings. They're actually investing it just like those stock markets are, but in a much more, I can't say transparent because you can't see it, but maybe that's the part that makes it interesting, is that you can't see where they're putting it, but it's insured. You know that once you put it in there, most of it's going to be insured. You aren't going to lose it all of a sudden if the stock flows up or the stock flows down, or for any everyday occurrence.
So you get it. Yeah, you understand. That's right.
Yeah. So I think that's a functional component of the infrastructure that will help bring larger amounts of people, get larger amounts of people to invest, as you were saying earlier, Tony. And you also, Stephen, lots of people investing little bits of money into what's going on, and also more people investing lots of money into space without having to be, without having the fear of losing their investment.
Okay,
Very
good.
Say a small thing. Well, about financing. I have strange ideas about that. I'm not an economist, and my friends economists say, you have to be careful, Adriano, because you're saying crazy things. It is possible, but however, I want to tell these things the same. I mean, with what happened since 2008 to now, until now, with the financial crisis of the world, etc., etc. If we were still working with the material money, so not only the gold money of some centuries ago, but even with the 50 years ago, 60 years ago, material money, paper money, the world would be bankrupt now. We would be in a crisis worse than the 1929. But we are not bankrupt. Why? Because we have electronic money now. So having electronic money, the governments are having an enormous power that we didn't understood really. What is this power? Because the power to direct energy where it is needed. Because it's enough to create electronic money and direct it to the projects. I am putting too simply, I know. I'm crazy, I know. But however, this is a reality. The point is, will be the governments mature enough to understand where the energy is really needed? This is a philosophical question. It's not an economical question, not a financial, not a technological, it's a philosophical question. That means the people that we put there to push the buttons are prepared enough to think about the horizon, the long-term future and this kind of things. We only can hope so, but I'm afraid they are not. And we only can hope that Elon Musk will succeed doing what this other guy will succeed doing what he is doing, because that will open the frontier, definitely. And in a way or in another way. Are we ready or not?
Yeah.
I mean, what we Space Renaissance want to say is that we want to go. However, we're not scared about that. Because to go is, however, the only way to save civilization from a tragical implosion. Therefore, I'm not scared and I'm not concerned if we don't have the law system, if we don't have, I say, let's go. And the law will follow.
Mm-hmm.
As
well, yes, I think you're right, Adriano. Elon Musk is not waiting for the Beyond Earth Institute to get laws passed or anything, or you know, the Space Renaissance group. But that's not to say that it's not entirely concerning, right? So our mission is really a much more holistic. We want all the civilization to have an opportunity for this expansion. Now, are we okay with a kind of a Wild West model like we had in the United States when our West was first opened, where it was literally, you know, yeah.
No, I think it's correct to try to do it better. Mm-hmm. But however, I would not be against if we are not able to do it better. I will not be against to do it worse. Because the important thing is to go.
Sure.
One of the issues with the Wild West is
our duty is to do it better.
Mm-hmm.
Try to do it better. We're working for that.
Is that we'll have some of the same constraints, some of those being distance, how far away and how long it takes to get help in terms of law enforcement. If you're having an issue with another group or another person that you're not able to resolve, are you going to be able to make that resolution happen electronically through communications only without personal intervention? Part of the problems in the Wild West was that people say we have to make our own law because there's no law. We have something, but nobody can get to us to enforce it. So we have to get together and figure out what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, and how socially and as a group, a society of people, we're going to live together. If that's multiple societies or multiple groups, if that means social or distancing, whatever that's going to mean, the people and the groups are going to have to work that out. One of the other things I wanted to mention yesterday, I misspoke a little bit about the lack of sponsorship for some things in the current Renaissance, akin to the sponsorship that existed in the Renaissance of the 16th, 17th century. One thing that does exist, and at least it did exist in my childhood and exists a little bit today, our sponsorship of exploration. When I was a kid, everybody knew who Jacques Cousteau was. Jacques Cousteau explored the oceans, and his explorations of the ocean were not cheap. He used submarines, he used full-size ships going across the ocean, and he was commercially sponsored, and he had a great media outlet that was able to provide that information to large groups of people all around the world. David Attenborough is one of the most famous people in the world today because of his promotion of of nature, his explorations of places that people don't normally go, showing you the sites that you don't normally see about the nature that does still exist on the earth, letting people know that there are still places where some of these animals, some of these creatures still flourish, but they're shrinking. And again, he has a large following. People all over the world know him. Somewhere along the line, we're going to have to start developing that type of personality for space. If it's going to be virtual to start with, and then grow into some type of personal or organization that does these explorations using some sort of media and corporate sponsorship. That's the next step in that area that we need to see, that will also help to make a lot more average people, everyday people everywhere, aware of space, aware of what's going on, what the possibilities are, and what the benefits are for all of us.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I can't understate how popular Jacques Cousteau was, you know, my generation anyway, you know.
I was
David Attenborough is with the current generation.
I was
Sorry.
one of those kids
What?
glued every one of those specials, but yeah.
That's
But
good.
Adriano, I'm going to turn this back over to you. I think our time is up. Thanks, Tony and Kevin, for this particular track. Hopefully, and Adriano, hope we gave you and your audience everything you were hoping for from us.
Thank you very much, Steve, and thank you, Tony. And let's go now to the next session. That is Earth Orbit Industrial Development, and Jerry Stone is the chair. Of course, all the friends that are here can remain if they like and participate also to this discussion. Jerry, the floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Adriano. So in this session, we're going to look at some of the topics relating to development of activities in Earth orbit, particularly industrial development. So we're going to have a range of presentations on that. The first is going to be mine. I want to say something about this first. I am on topics relating to development of activities in Earth orbit, particularly. Adriano, can you do something about that? Going to have a echo range of.
It looks like that's Alberto's system, possibly.
Okay.
Yes, he muted now. He muted.
Okay, fine. So I am a freelance space presenter. I've been giving talks on space literally for over 50 years. I started when I was at school, when I was asked to give a talk about the Apollo program. And so I've been promoting space flight for all of that time. And now I do it for a living. I give public lectures and present space workshops, mostly in schools all over the UK. In fact, I'm developing a new workshop that will allow pupils to simulate what the European Space Agency's ExoMars rover will do on Mars, investigating soil samples for evidence of life. I'm also the founder of Spaceflight UK. I'm a fellow of the British Interplanetary Society and former president of the Mars Society UK. What I'm going to do now is to go into sharing my screen for my presentation to you. And I'm going to share sound, optimize video, and let's go with that. Right. So here I am with a Union Jack on my spacesuit, as you'll see.
But we only see a black.
Sorry, let's run that again.
Only a black screen.
Okay, are you seeing Oh, hold on. Sharing is paused, it says. Bring your shared window to the front, but it doesn't tell me how to do that. I'm going to click on resume share. You're still only seeing
Black. Only
It
black.
looks like, Jerry, it looks like your presentation's in a black hole.
Okay, so I've come out of that. I'm going to go back to, because we know that this worked before when we did a test. I'm going to go into sharing again. I have share sound, optimize for video is all ticked. I'm going to.
But are you showing a video or just slides?
No, it was slides.
You don't need to. You don't need to flag those two checkboxes.
Well,
okay.
there is some sound later on.
Okay.
It can be shared with the host.
Hang on. Let's do that again.
Okay.
This time, I'll skip that first one. Can you all see that picture?
Yes.
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 Really?
Go ahead.
Yes, really. Jerry Stone, 2001.
With my Tintin rocket, which I made on my lathe at home. Okay. So, around the time that we first landed men on the moon, this little book came out from a group calling themselves the Club of Rome. And it talked about the limits to growth. And it said that if the present growth trends in world population, industrialization, pollution, food production, and resource depletion continue unchanged, the limits to growth on this planet will be reached sometime within the next 100 years. So basically, they're telling us, right, we don't have much longer, but overlooking the fact that they started with if. Now, despite what this told us, Adam Smith said that there's no real cause to alarm. And in fact, he summed it up in one word, which was, this is utter piffle. So those of you who are familiar with Dad's Army will understand that instead of we're doomed, the real response is don't panic. And the reason is you should be very careful with predictions. So in the 1870s, New Yorkers were taking over 100 million horse car trips per year. And it was predicted that by the year 1900, New York would be 2 feet deep in horse manure and you wouldn't be able to move. Unsurprisingly, that didn't happen because horses became outvoted by cars. Things change. We do things in a different way. We're not going to run out of oil. We're moving to electric cars now. Well, one person who took a completely different view from the Club of Rome was Gerard O'Neill, professor of physics at Princeton. And he posed what was meant to be the first of a series of questions to a new group of students. They never got on to the second question. What he asked them was, is a planetary surface the best place for an expanding technological civilization? And they went off, did their research, and the answer they came back with was no, not on a planetary surface, which means not on the Earth, the Moon, or Mars. The main reason was that in any of those locations, on average, you lose the sun for 50% of the time. Whereas if you're out in free space, you have access to the sun continuously. You can turn that into electricity, get all the power you need. You can focus it, get 5,000 degrees, so you can transform materials. And so they did more research, coming up with ideas and designs for an in-space habitat. And the question is, where should it be housed? Well, suppose this is the sun, and that's the Earth in orbit around it. If you draw a line through them, there are some interesting places. Lagrange point 1 will be in between the Earth and the sun. Lagrange point 2 is on the opposite side. So these places will stay in the same relative position as the Earth orbits. So L1 is where we put the SOHO Space Observatory. L2 is where the James Webb Space Telescope is going to be. There's also L3 over the other side, not a lot of use to us. But these points are unstable. If you move away, you will continue to move away from these points. But there's two others that are different. L4 and L5, 60 degrees in front of the orbit, 60 degrees behind it. And these are stable. If you start to move away, the combined gravity will pull you back again. Now take this as not as the sun and the Earth, but the Earth and the moon. And L4 and L5 are in the same orbit as the moon, but in front and behind it. And here's a design that was produced for a habitat at L5. So the central sphere is the main habitat part of it. And based on the scale of these structures, this was classified as an Island 1 structure, holding 10,000 people. The ring design for the next level, Island 2, would house 100,000. And the cylinders, shown as twin cylinders here, counter-rotating, are the big ones.
Jerry, should we be seeing these slides that you're talking about? We're all only seeing your one Jerry Stone 2001 slide. I've seen a few quick messages saying they're not, other folks also aren't seeing them.
Yeah, I was told you that you saw this. Right, I'm going to.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says I'm going to stop the share and restart it. I tell you what, this time I'll share my desktop and let's come to right. Can you see that picture?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the Island 1.
The Bernal sphere, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so that proves you can see it. Okay. That's the Island 2, 100,000. And the Island 3 cylinders, 4 miles in diameter, 20 miles long, with a land area of 500 square miles, supporting millions of people. So if we have a look at the Island 1, the mirrors reflect sunlight through ring windows to the interior. The series of rings towards the front are the agriculture sections, and right at the front is industrial areas. So if we were to look through one of those ring windows, we can see where the inhabitants live. an inside-out world with houses, workplaces, schools, everything required for a town of 10,000 people. We would take and grow Earth's plants and trees. We could also take bees to pollinate the plants and make honey, but we can leave wasps behind so we can have our barbecues in safety. We can have the weather we want without worrying about its effect on crops, because agriculture is carried out in the separate rings, which, as you see, also have multiple levels. And because of the way that this is set up and the way that sunlight can be bounced into the agriculture sections, you don't have seasons in the restricted way that we do on Earth, where normally you grow and reap a crop and you have to wait until the next year before you can plant more. With these, you can grow and reap a crop, and as soon as the soil is ready, you can then plant the next lot. Also, within a given ring, you could plant the same crop, but have it at different growth parts in its growth cycle. So you could have strawberries, fresh strawberries all the year round, and so on with other crops as well. Now, in this depiction, which is from the 1970s, you can see that there's animal husbandry going on in the lower levels. We suspect that there'll be a lot less meat being produced when we do this for real. So the total mass of this structure was estimated at 500,000 tons, but obviously you wouldn't want to bring that up from the surface of the Earth because of the incredible cost of launching from Earth due to its gravity. So instead, we would get most of the material from the moon. And mostly because of Apollo, we know what the moon can provide. Oxygen for people to breathe, silicon for windows, iron, aluminium, magnesium for the structure. Other includes things like titanium. And as well as having these materials, the moon offers two other big advantages. There is no atmosphere to slow down anything being launched from its surface, and we can also use solar power. So we can build an electromagnetic launcher to send materials out to the collection and assembly point. The original plans did include some material from Earth, mostly hydrogen. But since then, we've found evidence of water on the moon, so launching hydrogen from Earth may not be necessary. And we wouldn't actually have to mine the moon. We'd pretty much just scrape the material off the surface. It was estimated that the total area would be about 200 meters square by 7 meters deep. And over the 7 years of construction, that would just about keep one bulldozer occupied. So why do this? Well, O'Neill listed various benefits of this. One, that they could use this material to manufacture solar power satellites, which would then be relocated to geostationary orbit around the Earth and provide power down to the surface of the Earth. It was reckoned that by selling the electricity at 1.25 cents per kilowatt, then if the first one went online 15 years after the entire project was started, by year 27, the income would have paid for everything, which means all we need is the kickstart funding to get the project going. And Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk together could do that. Now, even without the solar power satellites, though, there's the possibility of moving a lot of Earth's heavy industry into space. And because we can continue to obtain material from the moon and from asteroids and so forth. And doing that would reduce the carbon footprint on Earth. It would reduce pollution on Earth. We wouldn't have to go digging great holes in the ground on our home planet. And also, just the fact of moving the industry off the Earth's surface means we'd reduce the changes to the Earth's heat balance. Now, O'Neill talked about this 20 years before we became familiar with the concept of global warming. But then he added one more thing. With access to the moon and asteroids, nations would no longer have to fight each other for many of the resources that they do at the moment. So surely the reduction of war on Earth and the possibility of us putting our efforts into more constructive activities must be a worthy goal that we should all work towards. But is this possible? Well, the design had two deliberate restrictions. It had to cost no more than Apollo to show that we really could afford it. We didn't want people to say, well, it's a nice idea, but we can't afford 20 zillion, billion, trillion, whatever. So it would cost no more than the equivalent of 38 billion. It was also restricted in technology. They didn't want anyone to say, well, it's a nice idea, but it depends on this and this and this that we haven't invented yet. So it had to be possible with the technology at the time, that is of the 1970s. Well, back in 2013, I thought that since these plans were developed, what was then 40 years before, and I thought we've made lots of steps forward since then. We've improved materials, techniques, processes. We have materials that didn't exist back then. And our computing power is many orders of magnitude beyond what it was in the 70s. So I thought if we were to do this now, we could do it more efficiently and cheaper than before. So I set up the space project at the British Interplanetary Society. Study project advancing colony engineering. So that's my sense of humor. And I asked for volunteers, but I didn't tell them what to work on. Instead, I started off by asking them to come up with questions that we would need to answer. And I started with some of my own. For example, are there crops that cannot be grown using hydroponics? And do crops need a period of darkness, or can you have continuous light? And the big question that I put to them is, it's assumed in all of these studies that the habitat will rotate to produce 1G. So I asked, do we need 1G? If they rotate slower, we have a lower simulated gravity, which will mean less stress on the structure, so we can reduce the materials needed in its construction. Also, less stress on the inhabitants, on their cardiovascular systems, their skeletal structure, their muscles. They would probably, over a period of time, that they would live longer, grow taller. We'd have to take that into account in the architecture. We finished up with about 10 pages of bullet point questions. And we worked on it. We came up with a new design. We also developed a new idea, which we designated Island 0, going in the opposite direction to the bigger and bigger structures. And this offers opportunities for other space activities. And I'll be talking about Island 0 in the first session tomorrow. Meanwhile, we have a title. As you can see, we have a logo and we have a slogan courtesy of Blade Runner.
A new life awaits you in the off-world colonies. The chance to begin again in a golden land of opportunity and adventure.
So if anyone would like a summary file about the project, or even to arrange a full presentation, which is about an hour, then please contact me, jerry.stone2001@gmail.com. So thank you for that. And our next speaker is none other than Adriano. Now, we wouldn't be here today if it was not for Adriano. Space philosopher, entrepreneur, president and co-founder of the Space Renaissance International. And we're very, very pleased to have him in our session. So over to you, Adriano, who is going to talk about profitable, a key word that, profitable industrial activities to be developed in Earth orbit. Well, yours, you need to unmute.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Jerry, for giving me the floor. I have to notice that this paper was co-authored with me by Alberto Cavallo and by Stefano Antonetti, that is the marketing manager of the Orbit, an Italian startup. Not quite a startup, but is a new space company. However, let me try to share my screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Fine. So an overview. The 20s are a critical age for civilian space development. Industrial development areas propedeutic to severe expansion into outer space. And there are some priority to enabling technologies that should be better decided and actuated. So building in space innovative technologies for the in-orbit construction and operation of space infrastructure. For instance, removing and reusing space debris, a huge orbital value, requirements for abiotic space predators to harvest abiotic space resources, satellites in orbit assembly, transport, maintenance, and fueling, space tourism, zero-gravity medicine and space hospitals, space-based solar power, and advanced propulsion system and space mobility. So these are a few of the activities that could be initiated during and start to be profitable during these 10 years up to 2030. Why we are now able to think about this kind of project as a feasible project? Because we are having the fully reusable space vehicle. For the first time, it was a long-lasting wanted announcement by the space advocacy movement. I remember we started to talk about these things in the early 90s of the past century, at the beginning of the internet. We started to talk together worldwide. So in 2002, Elon Musk founded SpaceX, and in 2004, Scaled Composites win the X Prize. The birth of the new space industrial segment kick off the downsizing of cost to orbit. 2015, it was firstly experimented the first reusable rocket by SpaceX. In 2017, SpaceX leads, lowering the launch cost of 1 magnitude order. SpaceX is now the leader of the launch market worldwide. In 2020, SpaceX kicked off the development of Starship, the first fully reusable space vehicle targeting $20 per kilogram cost to orbit. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic operates a total reset on global economy, and NASA chooses SpaceX to develop the Artemis moon lander. In 2021, SpaceX is going to launch a Starship prototype in orbit. I think they will launch in the first days of July if they maintain the program. So in 2011, we had the first Space Renaissance Congress with the focus on space tourism, that we say that space tourism will open the space frontier. In 2016, we had the second Congress, and we focused on geolunar space industrialization. So no more only tourism, but industry also in space. In 2018, our focus was enabling technologies to allow untrained civilians to travel, work, and live in space, launch of the Civilian Space Protocol Initiative. And now, in these days, in 2021, we have our third Space Renaissance Congress with the focus civilian space development and kicking off the civilization expansion into space. Why a fully reusable vehicle is so important? Because it will lower the cost of a seat to orbit under 1 million. That is the threshold to begin moving workers, no longer trained astronauts only, to Earth orbit and kick off profitable industrial activities. Several issues should also be resolved: the protection from cosmic radiations, artificial gravity, smooth acceleration, and safe re-entry into atmosphere, green environments in space habitats. Yet, industrial development in Earth orbit is key to attract raising investments and to make the space industry and market to become and be acknowledged the leading sector in the global economy. Which are the most promising industrial activities that can really kick off during next 10 years within 2030? So the first thing are space debris. Space debris represent a huge danger for navigation in Earth orbit, mainly LEO, from 300 to 1,000 kilometer altitude. The current status is that removing space debris, it will be a cost. New satellites equipped with end-of-life orbiting devices, several advanced studies and experiments for space debris avoidance and removal disposal. Legal framework is not suitable to rule space debris active management. So the space debris active management is currently a cost, mainly for governments. The future development, urgent business, is a massive removal collection of small debris, recovering big wreckages, law system to be updated, in orbit processing small debris for industrial production. These are two important things to be noted: that the law system is not ready to allow to recover a big dismissed satellite, because if you are not the owner of that satellite, you can be sued for appropriation of a property of someone else. That is well different in the international maritime law, the freedom of the sea, where if you recover a wreckage that could be a danger for the navigation, that wreckage is yours, and you can you can bring it to an arbor and make what you want with those materials. The tracked objects bigger than 10 centimeter are 23,000. The objects between 1 centimeter and 10 centimeters are 500,000. And particles bigger than 1 millimeter are estimated more than 100 million. And alive satellites are 3,500. So what I figured here is a kind of abiotic predator that can eat the debris and process them, and with some kind of processing debris in space to collect debris, to process, to get powders, and with the powders to generate propellants and soil for pharmaceutical flora and maybe many other things. Specially designed broom to collect various size space debris, optical sorting method, plus artificial gravitational field for debris segregation, frame dragging effect or gravitomagnetism, induction furnace for converting metal scrap into liquid metal, fuel cell aided water atomization method for transforming liquid debris into metal powder. So this, don't ask me to go deeper in the technical details because I'm perfectly ignorant. I only found these things in the current online literature, and I thought it was interesting for advocating the start of a business in this point. What can we do in orbit? We can assemble, transport, maintenance, and fueling satellites. Satellites can be built in orbit, integrating parts received from Earth and directly produced in a space form by 3D printing using in situ resources that are the powder required gotten by the space debris processing. Satellites can be deployed, reconfigured, extended in their life, repositioned to other orbits, refueled, and finally disposed. Benefits includes, at least, downsizing the cost of satellite design, since satellites will be simpler, not needing expensive automated devices for antennas and solar panels deployment. Procurement will be cheaper as well, using off-the-shelf components when satellites will have maintenance in space. Construction and launch costs will be reduced as well due to mechanically simpler and lighter machines to be constructed and launched. Orbital workshops will take care of satellites' location, periodic maintenance and repair, the commissioning at the end of their life cycle. The commissioning subsystems of small satellites could be programmed to drive the nearest collection station at the end of life. Periodic maintenance of satellites will lengthen their life, resulting in a further reduction in overall costs and parallel increase in profitability. So we can imagine a circular space economy that from debris coming from satellites, getting powders, and building new components for new satellites. Many other industrial activities on a 20-year horizon are possible, enabling technologies such as reusable on systems, additive manufacturing, and in-space fuel production will support several orbital industry. I am saying very quickly this thing of space fuel production, but it is not a small thing, and it will be subject of a paper that I will present tomorrow that is called a space strategy for space settlement, that is based on production of fuel in space that will lower the cost of any mission. However, large orbital solar energy collection facilities, fueling stations for geolunar and interplanetary transport, lunar and asteroid raw material processing plants, orbital, lunar and lunar orbital hotels, orbital yards for construction and assembly of spacecraft for various destinations, low and zero gravity hospitals, lunar and asteroid minerals mining, spinning orbital villages, lunar research, exploration, and industrial infrastructures. These are things that I think could be feasible on a 20 years horizon. So a bit longer, on 2040, let me say. So we can have hydroponic cultivation. Space agriculture will be free from season and geographical situation, as well as from unforeseen events such as drought, floods, diseases, frost. Jerry was saying something about that in his presentation just before this one. Hydroponic systems made of sterile, hermetic, and fully computerized greenhouses are developed to serve both space and earth hard environments where cultivation and plein air is not possible or critical. This new generation and high technology solution allow the cultivation in conditions of absolute sterility, regardless of the external environment. Electronic cultivation technology, commanding and controlling in continuous real time all of the climatic and nutritional parameters, higher productions and higher qualitative standards are obtained. In space or environmentally extreme location on a planet, above ground or underground, in containers, in confined environments, and in long-term space missions and space colonies. So these kind of technologies are already being developed on Earth in some advanced companies, commercial companies, not research centers. Then we have the space tourism with, of course, Spaceship Two, Virgin Galactic, that will begin the commercial flights quite early. It is maybe today or yesterday, the news that they get authorization to call passengers in space. The space tourism market is forecast to reach 1.3 billion by 2025, growing at a compound annual growth rate 12.4% during forecast period. Recent reports refer increasing number of customers interested in space travel, and further growth will be due to decline costs thanks to the rocket's reusabilities and improved ergonomics on the vehicles. The cost reduction, is not the only lever. Traveling and living in space should be at least as easy and safe as traveling by plane or cruise ship. Here's where space tourism has a key role. Space tourism represents a different approach to space flights, one that starts from aeronautical experience rather than the astronautical one. This is an important point to be noted. Safety, ergonomics, comfort of vehicles are keys. Challenges to overcome, e.g. protection from solar and cosmic radiation, artificial gravity, and green environments in the habitats, the safety of the re-entry in the atmosphere, acceleration, bearable even by untrained civilian passengers. So it is the global space tourism market estimated at 651 million in 2020 to reach 1.7 billion by 2027, with a CAGR of 15.2% over the period. Suborbital tourism is a main part of this by now in these years. China, the world's second largest economy, is forecast to grow at 19.3%, reaching a market of 400 million by 2027. Japan and Canada are growing too, and Germany also, and the selected competitors include Airbus, Boeing, Excalibur Limited, Space Advantage, Space Island, SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, and other companies. So this is Blue Origin, the New Shepard. The potential of space tourism is very, very big. In space tourism market and industry will really take off before 2030. It will be a robust vector together with Earth orbit and cislunar space industrialization. The Morgan Stanley prediction of a 1 trillion world space economy in 2040 will then be far below the real size, which could more realistically be at least 3 trillion. Also to be considered the development of all the activities tied to space tourism, such as hotels and lodging facilities, spaceports, logistics, food and beverage, fueling, services, and passenger transportation systems. So, zero gravity medicine and space hospitals. I wouldn't like to read all of this slide because I'm maybe running out of time very quickly. However, I think we know what exomedicine and microgravity laboratories can do with the possibility to 3D print tissue, cultures regeneration, and DNA regulation, and so on. Crystal growth in microgravity, protein crystals, potential application for new drugs and time to market in developing, etc. Of course, the low gravity would be a blessing for people that are that have some illnesses and cannot tolerate the 1G gravity of our planet. Then we have space-based solar power that can, of course, that will be an essential part of the industrialization of the geolunar space because solar power will feed all of our activities in space. And it will then, solar power can be used possibly also to feed the Earth in a situation when industries will be moving to the outer space, and the needs for energy on Earth will be going toward the needs of the persons more than the needs of industry. But this is maybe a little bit longer horizon. So we think that, however, space-based solar power could be experimented to beam energy to Earth too, starting in the next 10 years. Sorry, this title is wrong, my fault, because these are some hypotheses of new propulsion systems, the nuclear thermal propulsion and nuclear fusion propulsion, nuclear aneutronic propulsion, and the Vasimir. All propulsion systems that could get us more quickly to the moon, to Mars, and to the external solar system, and will lower the cost of all the transportation. Okay, I think it's over, and I cannot close it. Why not? Okay. So it was all. Let me stop sharing. So what I can say is that for sure there are many industrial activities that can be started before 2010, as soon as we will have fully reusable launch vehicles. This is the very basic condition. And the second step that I will develop more in my paper presentation tomorrow is the possibility to produce fuel in space from the lunar resources and from the asteroid resources that will lower of other very meaningful percentage the cost of any mission outside. So this, I think, industrialization, the first steps of industrialization of Earth orbit and the cislunar space will be the first steps of what Steve Wolfe called an incremental strategy of a space settlement. Okay.
Thank you, Adriano.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay. Our next speaker, Camille, is a PhD candidate at the Institute of Law Studies for the Polish Academy of Sciences. He's a member of the Polish Astrobiology Society and the Polish Transhumanist Association. And he's going to be talking about the legal framework for the space manufacturing ecosystem. Over to you, Camille.
Oh, thank you, Jerry. Can you see my presentation here?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes. So welcome everyone. As Jerry has introduced me, I'm Kamil Muzyka. I'm a PhD candidate at the Polish Academy of Sciences. And my presentation is about the legal framework for a space manufacturing ecosystem, or even several propositions for resolving issues with the current legal framework, which does not fit or doesn't address some issues of space manufacturing. First of all, what is this space manufacturing we will be talking about? Mostly it would be something, it would be about, well, first of all, it would be creating objects, either simple tools or even whole space objects by space objects possessing a manufacturing capacity. And this would be done using, as Adriano said it, using abiotic resources, or actually either natural space resources or space debris in many cases. So in a sense, what do we actually mean by space resources here? Because I sometimes need to address the idea. The idea of a biotic space resource is a very limiting one, because if you read the United Arabian Emirates Space Law Act, they actually use a non-living, the term non-living, not abiotic. Abiotic is a resource which is not derived from life or life forms, living processes, only made by chemical and physical processes. And non-living is the one that is not actually alive. So that is not a bacteria, but it can be a product of bacteria. So if, for example, the methane on Mars would turn out to be a process, a product of a living process by bacteria or any other organism, and let's say SpaceX wants to use this methane for its rockets, well, under the American national space law, he can't, because he can only use abiotic. But under the UAE space law, he can, because, well, he doesn't use the bacteria, but he does use the methane. So going further. So it is small. It's mostly minerals, metals, volatiles, sometimes even isotopes like helium-3 or organics. But what the space law misses is, for example, the stellar wind, the stellar radiation, and even the interstellar medium. For example, if you read many books about the reusability and space manufacturing on board or the use of space resources on board of, let's say, interstellar spacecrafts, you're mostly talking about the interstellar medium, the solar winds, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to talk about space mining here, but that's something that we need to broaden the scope of what actually constitutes space mining within space law and what does not. Because, well, in most cases, people are talking about, well, mining for profit and not mining for manufacturing. So anyway, I propose an idea which I called in several papers I've published and presentations I've made, the von Neumann doctrine. The von Neumann doctrine, yes, I see your expression. So yeah, that's a kind of a von Neumann-esque robot, or a Shoggoth if you are into good old horror stories. Anyway, the concept of this doctrine is that a rule would say that any nation that carries in its register and extends and retains its jurisdiction and control over a space object with a space manufacturing capacity, also would retain the jurisdiction and control over the progeny of such objects. Because in most jurisdictions, space objects are only those objects which had been launched from Earth, and in some jurisdictions, like for example in Norway, they are any object. So it can be a rock launched on a rocket. It doesn't even have to be an artificial object. Anyhow, that's a simple rule that would can be seen in several other projects, like for example, the building blocks for the development of international framework on space resource activities actually introduces the idea of a space product, which, as we may see here, is made partially or wholly from space resources. And it's a different institution in their building blocks from a space objects, which are launched from the Earth. But as we see further, the jurisdiction and the nations that actually create this space product retain jurisdiction and control over the space product the same way as they would retain the jurisdiction over a space object launched into outer space, or the one that was launched and constructed on the surface of a celestial body. Americans also have a different concept with space vehicles which can be assembled in orbit. And while we are talking about Americans, there was the idea of the American Space Commerce Free Enterprise Act, which was supposed to include manufactured and assembled objects in outer space, which would be intended to use independently or outside of their mother objects. So in a sense, we're going back to the old idea of Robert Freitas during the times of Robert Frosch, meaning the self-replicating growing lunar factory and the SSI's conferences on space manufacturing facilities. In a sense, because, well, why do we need such a construction for such an institution for law? Basically, if we want to carry out its responsibly and sustainably, we need to show who actually owns the object and who is responsible for any actions that are done with this object. And furthermore, to secure investment, because nobody will, no private actor will feel safe if such space products are not recognized as space objects or similar institutions, because, well, if it's not a registered object, so Article 2 doesn't apply. So it's neither open to me, but it doesn't bear any registration, so it's free, it's fair game, actually. Well, nobody wants to be the first one to set the precedent, and especially the one to lose the case that set the precedent. The second idea, which actually ties well with what Adriano said, was about creating a doctrine that would address space debris. Well, can we actually recycle, upcycle, salvage, and even cannibalize parts that we from space debris? Well, actually, we can. Article 12 of the OST is the best thing that we can use, because it actually serves as an opening. If any space object is open to the representatives of other nations, and it mostly means active objects, but what about inactive objects, dead objects? Can we ask them for permission to cannibalize or salvage spare parts in order to, well, in order, for example, assist our space robots or astronauts? Astronauts need every aid from partner states, right? Right. So by this principle, we can actually use it to or either move or salvage, deconstruct space resources, and so, well, no, not space resources, space debris. Okay, space debris, and so on. But that's not foolproof. You can challenge it in the court, and people would say, no, you cannot do that. But that's the basis of what I'm trying to say. As a space manufacturing lawyer and as somebody who actually writes, finishes his PhD on the space manufacturing law, which includes both international, national space law, and patent law, I'm interested in what happens if you actually remanufacture or cannibalize parts or even whole mechanisms from broken space objects. So it would the hermit crab doctrine would address the idea that you can actually cannibalize and use of broken objects, like even solar panels. You don't need to use them as solar panels. You can even use them as a simple shielding. Anyway, this would be based on the Roman principle of accessio sedi principali, which would actually enable those salvage parts to be incorporated in this space object that is carrying on its function. Well, that's a bit of a stretch, but why did I came up with this idea? The alternative, for example, if we have two rovers and one of them loses its leg, its leg and a wheel, it can't repair it. It can only cut it off and take a different rover's wheel. We either incorporate the wheel, the salvage wheel from the other rover into the rover which needs repair, or we can create a patchwork like the ISS, where every party is responsible for its elements. Well, that wouldn't work, and that would also actually be a best way, for example, to create easy to buy patchworkable or multiple nation objects, which would be a way to avoid, let's say, in many jurisdictions, to avoid infringement, the infringement suits, unless you're in the US, where extraterritorial infringement and the effect doctrine applies. But that's a topic for a very different discussion. And this would also be tied neatly with the Artemis Accords. Why? Because of the principles of registry. You have to register every objects you made and land on the moon and use on the moon. And also the principle of interoperability, which would allow you to actually reuse parts of those space objects. And also, the part on space debris. What do we do with a lunar space debris? Not lunar orbit space debris solely, but lunar surface space debris and lunar surface wrecks. Do we launch them into Earth orbit to burn upon re-entry, or do we, as Adriano very well suggested, we could cannibalize and reuse them for other purposes? Well, for me, it's a way to create an ecosystem where actually organisms devour each other and produce and reproduce. So that's not even a question. The question is, do we have the technology right now? Because the policy is like right before our eyes. So anyway, we're coming to an end of my presentation, but there are several remaining issues to be addressed with space manufacturing ecosystems and ecosystems where many space objects change hands, change properties, or live, die, and repeat, as some would say. First of all is the idea of harmful interference and a void gap. For example, can we create safety zones around, let's say, factories, tourist resorts, or laboratories? And if we have, for example, some mega constellations, some kind of quasi mega structure like the future of the Starlink looks like a future of the Dyson swarm around the Earth. Does the party which actually use a swarm of robots, a swarm of satellites, have the right to prohibit us from using its space? The space between those objects, claiming harmful interference under Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty, or using the provisions of safety zones. Also, the idea, as I point out with abiotic resources, there would also be the use of living materials, like the engineered living materials in space, which is being tested and proposed by NASA Ames Research Center. and also the use of tailored organisms for ISRU, mainly biomining. Even in Poland, there are experiments for using synthetic organisms for mining in outer space. And also the last question would be, could the autonomous or teleoperated robots be considered envoys of mankind or humanity, if we rephrase that term? But in essence, if we are going to use Article 12, it applies mostly to astronauts. But well, robots are not astronauts. But are there operators astronauts? Or how would we actually apply this idea? And some final slides. Yes, these are engineered living materials. And there is also the question of, as I said, biomining and industrial forming. Industrial forming is a term that I created for the concept of using self-replicating space robots, which were, well, the idea came up by Eric K. Drexler when he worked under Gerard O'Neill, but in my concept, they are not only mining, they are they are robots that are mimicking either fungi, bacteria, and so on, in order to ensure a better and more sustainable mining, which doesn't use blasts, doesn't use drills, and so on, because it needs to be sustainable, energy and efficient, and there needs to be no problem with, for example, using water. Because you cannot use mining fluid on the moon, and if somebody wants to use lunar polar water as a mining fluid or for leaching, well, he needs to be re-educated in this idea and taught a good lesson. By the way, one last thing I have to say to Jerry: you can find hydrogen in regolith, and you can find also oxygen in silicates. So you can synthesize lunar water if there is a need. So,
Camille, we're going to have to.
Yeah, thank you for your attention, and I'll be waiting for questions in the Q&A session.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I mean, it tells us, for those of us who hadn't guessed, that space law is far more complex than we ever thought it was. And if you really want to make money in the future, then become a space lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's...
okay, how do I stop sharing this?
At the top of the screen?
Yeah.
It should say stop share.
You have a red button to do that.
Do I have a red button? I don't have the red button.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it worked. Thank you.
Jerry, let me say one thing. I think we are late almost half an hour now because we still have two speakers that have to talk, and the last session of today, the Space Renaissance Art one, was scheduled at 10 minutes ago, more or less. So we have to apologize with the speakers of the next session that we have to wait a little bit more because we still.
I think Jerry's gone over some of this with direct messages to us, and I'm going to help out a little bit. I think what I can do is I'll talk a little bit about what I was going to say, maybe a minute or so, and then I'm going to take a video of my presentation and post it in the poster session so that people can look at it at their leisure on that poster session.
No, Kevin, sorry.
And that way we only have one more presentation to do, and then we can get into the art session. And if I have time to present that poster session later, I will. But I think as a video in the poster session, it'll work just fine. And I'll just give a quick overview of it here.
No, but I was going to say that please stay in 10 minutes because we cannot
We have two speeches now.
Right.
And if you stay in 10 minutes, I think it's tolerable.
Okay. Well, on that basis, then let's move on to Kevin's presentation. As we've already heard earlier today, Kevin is the founder and chief synergist of Synergy Moon, and he's going to talk about storming the high frontier, looking at some of the businesses that can be created in low Earth orbit to support the expansion of civilians into space. Over to you, Kevin.
Okay. Adriano in his presentation actually covered a lot about the various businesses that that could be created in space to support expansion into space. What I wanted to do was to talk about one particular business which wasn't really on the list that that Adriano covered. And again, I just want to briefly go over some of that today. And then I'll post a video of the entire presentation in the poster session so that you can see it. Let's see. So this was a paper that I first did probably about 12 years ago. Since then, there's been some more research, which is one of the things that I was calling for in this paper. But it's basically about creating closed ecological bioregenerative life support systems for planetary habitats, space vessels, and space stations. What's unique about the proposal that I had was that I wanted to create these systems from a breeder system that would be in Earth orbit. And then later on from breeder systems that could be located on the moon. The breeder system in Earth orbit would minimize the amount of material required to come up from Earth in order to create life support systems. Every system in space has to have life support. The space stations, Skylab, the International Space Station, they're all resupplied with a lot of their life support systems. And a lot of the life support systems are mechanical, not biological. But with a biological life support system, you can create a system that is more robust, that doesn't need as much resupply from Earth, especially if you can get that system as close to a closed system as possible. Some of the real benefits of this system are that they won't use a lot of, they will not use a large volume of space. I'm sorry. One of the problems with these systems is that they're expensive to launch because of the mass, as I talked about. They're expensive to implement because of the volume required on space stations, and they're expensive to operate because of the labor that's required to operate these things. So the systems that I'm proposing would be larger. They would be space-based. The materials for these systems could be sourced from the moon, from asteroids, from resources in space, with very little material being needed from Earth. The material I'm talking about is the material that would feed this breeder system that would be in Earth orbit. The main purpose of the breeder system, again, would be to supply these closed ecological, biological life support systems to expeditions, to spacecraft that are going to Mars, that are going out to the asteroid belt, but also to supply these systems to space stations and to habitats on the moon. One of the other things that would be a benefit of these systems would be the fact that they could be distributed, so that the aquatic parts of the system, for example, could be installed in the form of aquariums that people would be able to see or view in the corridors, in the passageways of the space stations and of the habitats. Some of the plant systems could also be distributed throughout the habitat, throughout the space station, to provide a greener environment for the people that are there. And also some of the tasks that would be required to maintain the system could be shared among the tourists that are coming to the station, among the station's personnel, in a way that would provide them with something to do that's more Earth related, something that's more akin to gardening than what their everyday experiences would be. So
stop
I
sharing.
think I want to leave this there.
If you don't have more slide, you can stop sharing.
No, thank you. I got that.
Okay.
I think I want to leave this there, and I will put the entire presentation into a video and post it on the poster session. But that's basically it. The fact that you could create such a system in orbit, that you could create more than one breeder system like that in orbit to help create life support systems for exploration, life support systems for space stations, life support systems for planetary habitats.
Okay, thanks very much, Kevin. And our final speaker in this session, Kit Carson, is the founder of Carson and Associates. And a few years ago, realizing that launch costs were about to start dropping, orbital construction projects would soon become viable. So he founded OSE, a company dedicated to building the tools and processes needed to make us a permanently space-faring civilization. And as we're talking about pioneering space activities, what better name could we have than someone called Kit Carson? Over to you, Kit.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a nice introduction. I appreciate it. So basically, yeah, I started OSE back in 2016 with the vision of basically building those tools and processes, looking at what was happening. And I started working on some of the technologies, and we've been having some really exciting meetings over the last few weeks. Hopefully some of the things that we've been working on are going to be coming to fruition, and we'll be seeing some of the things that we've been talking about actually receiving funding, or actually starting to receive, at least prototype, rudimentary type of, TRL, get it to a prototype stage type of funding. I want to share my screen real quick, and I'm going to blaze through my slideshow real quick. You guys all see that?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So basically, I have just a very short slide deck. I want to talk a little bit about the history, status, and future of space construction. You guys have really covered almost everything in my presentation over the course of this Congress, and so I don't want to I don't want to loiter. But essentially, up until this point in time, we kind of go with a tube and can type of design where everything is modular. Everything kind of comes together. Everything docks with nodes and locking, docks and all of these different procedures. And most of it is pretty automated with some spacewalks. We've had some really exciting spacewalks in the last couple of weeks, some deployment of solar sails on the International Space Station. That's been quite exciting to watch. There's some advantages. It's pretty relatively simple. It's reliable. It's well tested. But some disadvantages would be it is high cost. Although it is relatively simple, complexity can get introduced because the engineers are involved. And we end up with a cost per volume that is quite high. And so you look at the future of going into space, and you look at these giant structures that we're looking at building. Obviously, cost to launch is a big deal, in situ resource and use is a big deal, but also a big deal is using a different method of manufacturing, because honestly, what we're doing is very, very expensive. So the new toolbox that scientists and engineers all over the world are kind of building, we have different technologies, different enabling technologies from all over the world that are coming together collaboratively all over the world. These people are working together, and you have people that are developing robots and drones like we are. people that are developing manned pods, unmanned pods. You know, you have astronauts that will be. So this slide right here is just kind of depicting the ecosphere, how all of these different technologies are kind of enabling and supporting each other, but also enabling and supporting missions. And so I don't want to dwell too deep on this because we are running behind. So I do want to put a little plug in here about what we've been working on. Essentially, AMPBot, this construction robot that we've been, I've been working on it for a couple of years now, and I've just now started to go public. But essentially, you could think of it as like the Da Vinci surgical system on orbit, right? I developed it for the manufacturing of truss structures because we know that you know, zero G is very bad for us. We know that we've got to go big. We've got to get some gravity behind us and under us because we can't stay in space for a long period of time without just eroding away. It's bad for our bodies. So we've got to do something. I started approaching the truss problem, and then I realized that this had huge applications in satellite servicing, and that's the market that we're going after now. And that's the really exciting thing in venture, because there is a market opportunity there. There are customers out there, and they do have some failure modes that, you know, for satellite servicing that may be operable. So that's something that we're currently working on and looking into. All right, so future planned projects. Right now, we've got a lot of stations, and we've talked about this a little bit. Axiom Station, Bigelow is building commercial stations. The Russian Orbital Service Station, I think they announced that they're doing some research on it. I don't know if it's been funded yet. Orbital Assembly Corporation is working towards building Voyager Station, which I should note is it is the space station that uses the new toolbox the most out of all of the planned construction projects. The Voyager Station, you can see down here, is a large variable G, you know, ring station, and they're doing a lot of really cool work with that. The next station in plan is Lunar Gateway, and that will be kind of your typical tube and can supporting lunar missions. Now, our Adriano touched on this really well. New possible architectures that are possible. He mentioned quite a lot more than what I have here. I just mentioned a couple. One of the things that we can do, we can build some huge telescopes in space. We can build solar arrays. We can start building those research vessels and going to the interesting places in our solar system that can answer the questions that we really need to know. And I think that's really all the time I have. I would like to talk about space construction techniques with the panelists. I have some ideas on, you know, space construction techniques and stuff like that, but if they wanted to talk or introduce any ideas, then I would be open to converse.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Adriano, I do want to offer the floor for any questions. How long can we have?
I don't know, 5 minutes, I think.
Let's go with that then. So
and we will see if we have more. You see, we have some artists here.
Yes, I know, and I don't want to hold them up.
I think maybe they are taking some inspiration for their creativity from this presentation. I hope so. That they are not wasting
let's
time.
hope so.
Okay.
They'll believe that the wait has been worthwhile. Okay, does anybody have any questions that they'd like to put to any of the panelists? Okay.
Well, I would have one. Kit, you were speaking about some new ideas for space manufacturing. Well, we all understand that space manufacturing is the way to actually avoid the tyranny of the rocket in the space object design and space system architecture. So what are your ideas involving different approaches to the for example, the modern type, or already established types of space manufacturing, like for example, extruders or 3D printers, or even magnetic levitation for metallurgy?
Right. So OSE, we are building towards being a primary integrator, and so we're going out and we're grabbing the technologies and the companies that are developing those things, and we're plugging them into our tug and our satellite bus. We're actually bringing it all together and trying to build the thing, do the thing. And my friend Chris always says. So to answer your question, what specifically my tactic, the way that I'm going to handle that with the spaceship you see behind my head, is kind of secret it's the secret sauce, and I don't really want to give it up yet.
Yeah, sure. But I have a question, because it will be something like those experimental space objects which include several space processing microgravity experiments, for example.
Sure.
How do you consider the problem of J jitter? For example, if different G jitter. When you have those little jitters from, for example, rocket launchers using thrusters, or, for example, some mechanisms vibrating and ruining the whole, or making artifacts in a microgravity production.
We actually have a partner, a technology partner who's working on that. Basically a technology for reactionary arm control of robotics, and making sure that we can this plays into the kind of virtual reality, advanced digital engineering. You have to have, these observer drones looking at your project. You have to overlay reality with your digital engineered, non-reality, right? And you have to have a model of physics that matches, reality. And you've got to make sure all of these things jive. And it's very, I have, so I'm not the guy who puts that piece of the component together. I'm a mechanical engineer specializing in composites and thermodynamics. Okay, so I can't speak to the code as much as I can speak to these other components, right? But we do have a partner who's working on that enabling technology.
I love the idea of those warden-like drones. If you recall the Daedalus project, it had the warden drone robots that were actually maintaining its integrity structure and doing repairs. I love the idea that you use robots and, for example, augmented or virtual reality and telepresence in your project. That's a great thing.
Right.
I had a question, if you allow. Yeah, because we have seen in Adriano's presentation some roadmap in 20 years time scale, and I've seen also some very visionary concept and so on. And so, do you have some concrete precursor mission where we can already fly some of the ideas that you are proposing in the 10 years time scale?
I think that is heavily dependent on funding. I think it depends on funding and who I get connected with. And, if the right people are connected and the right funding channels are done, and this, basically this technology is going to have a lot more bells and whistles than just it's going to perform a lot more services than just these one things, right? So so what I'm getting at is, once you make it, you dress it up and you've got it all attractive and it's ready for, you know, the investors, and it's ready to present, and you can go forward. Now you get your funding. We're on a 5 to 8, maybe a 5 to 7 year development schedule is what I imagine.
Okay, so for instance, let's take 5 years. So you have an idea that you can fly in 5 years, and so what funding, how much funding do you need, and what is that? Because otherwise we dream and we will always postpone our dreams.
Sure. So basically, based on my really high level kind of raw order of magnitude estimations, I think we can do it for a little under $1 billion. We could get one of these systems up.
Ah, okay, $1 billion. So that's.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Okay, you split that up. You're gonna maintenance. You're not going up and maintaining one satellite. You're going up and maintaining a constellation of satellites. You're going to hit 32 constellations with 14 different failure modes, or not 32 constellations. A constellation with 32 failing satellites in 14 failure modes. You know, you're going to go up and, you know, perform these services in that way.
But you have to be careful. I mean, a precursor step that is $1 billion, that's difficult to believe. I mean, myself, I built a mission to the moon for 100 million euro, and we did it in 3 years. And so, we took technology off the shelf, we developed some new one. So we really need to identify some precursor step, which should be below the $1 billion, because otherwise it will be, it's so risky. So we should find also eventually some technology demonstrator that we could already fly, and then you can go to the big investor showing that you have flown already something.
That's great. Yeah. You wanna connect offline?
Yes.
I think the two of you should really.
Thank you, Joe.
But good, I just wanted to comment on the.
Kevin, I think we're going to have to move on here. But I mean, if you want to put something in the chat that people can look at whilst we're going through the art session, that might be a way.
This was kind of a segue to the art session. Actually, I was just going to say, one thing we talked about in the previous session was getting more architects involved, bringing more art to the structures that are being built in space. Right now, they're totally functional, and I like Kit's phrase of tube and can. Everything has been tube and can for so long. It's time to build out a little bit more, a little bit beyond function, and to bring more art into the design of these stations. And I think the toolkits that he's talking about will enable that to happen with orbital construction.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I may add to that as a sci-fi fan, I can always say that we could use the inspiration from the Warhammer universe, where most Imperial spaceships are flying cathedrals, the Gothic cathedrals.
Okay.
Thank you.
Technology demonstration was just mentioned. Something that I would love to see would be a technology demonstration of beaming power from space. Now, the ISS can fly over a given spot and be visible from a fixed point on the Earth for 5 to 8 minutes. I would love to see a rectenna set up on Earth and a beam demonstration down to a fixed point, even just running for a couple of minutes to show that doing that through the atmosphere is possible. That's something for other discussion. I'd like to thank all of the speakers from this session. It's been an amazing session, and obviously we could, if we were allowed, continue the discussion for a lot longer. But Einar, I've just looked at in detail at your background picture, and it looks as though it has similarities with mine. Actually, is it intended to be a very large cylinder? The insert.
You can hear me good?
Yes.
Oh, well, it's from the animation. You know, I don't remember the name of that guy now. He's a French guy who make animation. The name of the animation is Rama.
All right.
I think you heard about. Yeah, you heard about Rama.
Well, I'm going to sign off here. I'm going to hand you over to Sabine, who's been waiting very, very patiently.
Oh, I have it nice here in my O'Neill cylinder. It's very nice here.
That's okay. So over to you. Let's hear from your artists. Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
Sabine?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's up to you now.
Yeah.
A little bit late, I'm sorry, dear.
Yeah, no problem. It's not because of me, but some of the artists come from the other parts of the world, and for them it is very, very late. Okay, I will share my screen and start my presentation. Why does it work yet? Okay, can you see the screen? How can I go back? Yeah. So, my name is Sabine Heinz, and I am the art coordinator for SRI. I am a partially freelance artist and living and working in Berlin. And I'm really, really happy that we have the opportunity to install here an art chapter. And I'm happy that art has found its way into this society. And I think that we can inspire each other in different ways. Why art at Space Renaissance International? If you think artists are useless, try to spend your quarantine without music, books, poems, movies, paintings, and games. Art is very diverse, and we encounter it in the most varied levels of everyday life, just like science and politics. Even if people are not interested in it, they are nonetheless constantly subject of its influence. The coronavirus has changed our organizational structures worldwide. That also has positive aspects. New technologies have received a boost out of the need to maintain communication structures. This can also be an opportunity. Digitization has entered the world in a new dimension. Elements will find their way into art, be it as artificial intelligence, which is already taking place, or in 3D printing, video technology, or other electronic forms. Entirely new art formats will emerge. The new technical possibilities that arise now also influence the content. That could become the art of human venturing into space. What can art do that science cannot? In art, one is free and not bound to the exactness of science. The artist can use imagination and emotional means to express scientific ideas, hypotheses, and content without having to follow the strict rules of scientific probability, and thus make them understandable in a different way. But not only that, it can be way ahead of its time. Leonardo da Vinci, for example, with his flying machines, Chesley Bonestell with his visionary drawings, and not to forget science fiction literature. Jack Williamson published the novel Collision Orbit in 1942 under the pseudonym Will Stewart. In it, he formulated the idea of global remodeling of planets by humans and used the term terraforming for the first time. Today, this terminus technicus is in general use and by no means only for the reshaping of Mars and Venus. Another example for the visionary power of artistic vision is given to us by Galileo Galilei with his drawings of the moon and the Sidereus Nuncius. Since he had an artistic training, he was able to recognize that the shadings on the surface of the moon were mountains and valleys. He perceived the contrast between light and dark as it were three-dimensional. Here it was a fortunate coincidence that the scientific genius was joined by artistic education and talent. And not to forget Johannes Kepler. He is a key figure in the 17th century scientific revolution, best known for his laws of planetary motion. And he was probably the first science fiction author with his somnium and his description from a trip to the moon. In the Renaissance, many scientists were also artists. They were polymaths. Nowadays, the branches of science are so specialized that there are hardly any polymaths left. We want to think outside the box again and draw the link between art and science. I know nothing with any certainty, but the sight of the stars makes me dream. From Vincent van Gogh. I think it is a dream of mankind to fly, to go into space, and maybe to colonize the universe. There are model studies, but apart from the ISS and its predecessors, living in space has so far remained wishful thinking. Recently, however, attempts to do so have become more and more concrete, not least thanks to advances in space technology. Living in space has so far been thought of in rather functional terms, with a few exceptions even in science fiction. The environment is metallic, dark, oil drops through the picture, and somewhere Hans Rudolf Geiger's alien scurries through the corridors. An astronaut sitting comfortable on a sofa is almost nowhere to be found. Yet space pioneers were already thinking about how to make themselves as comfortable as possible, at least with the Soviets. The state space company RKK Energia employed Galina Andreevna Balashova, an architect who was exclusively responsible for the interior design of the space shuttles and who quickly realized that she had to start from scratch. New questions had to be answered. How do you orientate yourself in zero gravity? Balashova developed a color concept that made it easier to distinguish between floor and ceilings. Yellows for the walls and ceilings, turquoise blue for the fronts of the furniture, and green for the floor. For the mobile home Soyuz, she designed a sofa, a built-in wardrobe, and the toilet. For the Mir space station, she designed benches, sleeping accommodations, and cabinets. And for the sake of better mobility, for the sake of better mobility, combined the living and technical areas as a unit for the first time. The concept is still in use today for the basis of the ISS. When the modules of Soyuz and Apollo were coupled together, the Americans were somewhat envious, Balashova said, because their spacecraft was not orientated toward quality of life, but only toward technical possibilities. That's what we were talking about yesterday. When we think about the colonization of space, it will be the case that people will one day leave the Earth behind forever. But they will take with them, in addition to the technical equipment, their experiences, their culture, their language, religion, and education. Every astronaut, cosmonaut, taikonaut, or whatever their name is, has taken a mascot with them into space. Something that reminds them of their home on Earth. And so it will be with the people who leave Earth to live, for example, on the Moon, Mars, an artificial habitat, or elsewhere. They will take their memories, their images of Earth and photographs and other things with them and build on them their new living space. A new kind of art and culture will emerge, perhaps a new form of government, a new legal system, and possibly even new religions. We live today in our Earth in a world of abundance, but the resources are limited, and the people who leave the Earth will not find most of it in their new world. They may become painfully aware of the transience, and then it is just nice that you have a landscape picture of the Earth with you, or another picture, some image from the Earth or from your past. Some of my works that are shown here during the chapter breaks, should also be understood in this sense. Some of them with a wink. Here you have an impression how it may look like when the Milky Way is settled one day. In my pictures created under the topic Art Meets Science, I try to combine scientific content with artistry, but also to use scientific processes in an artistically effective manner. For this, I have employed different techniques. Lately, I have been focusing more and more on the inclusion of fluorescent and phosphorescent colors. This gives me the opportunity to hide things in a picture that only become visible when the picture are stimulated with UV light. There are two pictures in one, so to speak. Science and art are two different ways of approaching reality. Sometimes work of art say more about reality than science can, because aesthetics and emotions play a major role. I can exaggerate things and therefore make them easier to understand, as for example in this picture showing the surface of the moon. But if I stimulate the picture with UV light in the dark, these tardigrades appear, which are extremophiles able to live in extremely harsh environments. In April 2019, the Israeli space probe Bereshit crashed on the lunar surface. This ill-fated probe had thousands of tardigrades, each less than 1 millimeter in size on board. In this picture, you can see a cosmonaut in space on the Soyuz space station. And if I hit this picture with UV light, you will see the light pollution on Earth. These pictures give a meta-native look at what it might look like beneath the icy skin of a watery moon. I think if there is life on such worlds, it exists in simpler form. I have pictured here bacteria, admittedly oversized again, but they would also have to be extremophiles who would need to endure a cold world that is perpetually dark. Moment, ich muss nochmal zurück. In my pictures, I try to build a bridge between art and science, not only thematically, but also in terms of color technology and color experiments. We would like to use the art platform of SRI to present and exchange ourselves artistically on an international level. We would like to enter into a dialogue with scientists and all interested people. develop projects, and cast our ideas and thoughts into artistic content. Our group was recently founded and is still developing and hopefully growing. But there's already a Space Renaissance Art Facebook group, as you can see here, in which we interact. In the future, we also want to have live conversations to develop ideas and engage in dialogue about them, and most importantly, to listen to each other. We would like to invite scientists to give lectures or interview them to better understand their content and illustrate it in our artwork or develop other ideas from it. Of course, exhibitions are also planned. At the moment, we present our work more on a digital level, but if the corona pandemic allows it at some point, we could also imagine presence exhibitions in different places around the world. We were also thinking to call for competition, but this will be after this Congress. We will constitute together and talk about this. But for all this, we still need comrades in arms and would be happy to find volunteers who would like to contribute. In this SRI art chapter, we present artists from various fields, such as conceptual art, dance, painting, music, literature, and video art, to cover a wide range. We would also like to give 3 art organizations we would like to work with the opportunity to talk about their work. With this in mind, I open our session, and I'm pleased to be able to present the first examples of artistic engagement with our theme here. So I will say some words about Arnaud, but I have to stop sharing the screen. Okay. So our first artist is Arnaud. He was born in Paris and he lives in Paris. He studied music in the Paris College of Music. He studied piano and composition. And in the last time, he extends his creative field to painting, digital sculpture, and 3D animation. And he is the author of several hundred visual works combining poems, text, digital creations, and musical compositions. And he's doing really, really nice artwork. And I'm so happy that you are here, Arnaud. So, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Sabine. Is this working? Do you listen to me? You hear me well?
Yeah, I hear you well. And you will talk first, no?
Yes, very shortly. I'm, as you said, I may be an artist. I'm in search of a convergence. My artistry is about trying to find convergence between literature, visual arts, and music. And I believe there is a unique world of ideas where, human spirit meets the poetry and the senses of philosophical reason. This is what I'm working on. It's a quest for me. It's a quest towards finding the balance between literal and symbolism, between harmony and dissonances, and realism and abstraction. And when you asked me, Sabine, to contribute to this conference for the SRI, and obviously the title, it's all about human renaissance in the space. There is so much coming, in terms of inspiration. First, naturally, I'm a big fan of Stephen Baxter. So, his books all talking about the future, near future, and sometimes more longer term future about human expansion in the space. All of this came back, like, images of what it could look like to live on another planet or to live on the moon, or, but it's not just about technology, and it's not about all of that. It's as well about love. It's about human emotions. And I think this is where artists can also bring a little bit of, additional things. I've been listening to you, all the distinguished, panels and speakers. And actually, you started to answer some of my questions when I was trying to craft my presentation. So here we are. The art which I'm proposing today is actually a short film. When I started thinking about it, I thought like I would just do a painting, eventually a sculpture. And as I was very much inspired, it ended up being a short film. And I have also composed a symphonic poem, which you will find most of it is actually concentrating on winds. And there is some brass, but it's mostly about winds. And so you'll hear flute, oboes, bass, clarinet, all of this I've composed within the last couple of months and produced for this conference. So hopefully you will enjoy. It's a 7 minutes short movie, and it's all about the journey and a voyage to Kepler 438, I think, and in a canyon called Galitea. And I believe you can run the video. I can't.
Yes. Adriano, you will run the video now.
You want me to start the video? Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
No, sorry, just a moment. I forgot one thing. I forgot an important thing, to share it in the correct way. Just a moment.
That's it.
Stop sharing the screen, I think.
Magnifique. Super.
What an amazing movie. Very beautiful. Thank you, Arnaud.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted. I hope you enjoyed the journey.
Yeah, it was really, really beautiful. We will have time after the session to talk about the movie. Now I would like to introduce our next artist, Gillian Rhodes. I am not on the screen. Can you hear me? Yeah. I would like to present our next artist is Gillian Rhodes. She's an American dancer, choreographer, and storyteller. She graduated from Columbia University with a major in dance, and for the past 9 years has lived and worked globally in Cambodia, South Korea, and now Pakistan. She is a longtime astronomy enthusiast and runs her own astro art podcast called STEAM, Cafe for CosmoQuest. So now I would like to ask Adriano to share the next movie.
Gillian will not talk.
She will talk after the movie.
Okay,
just play the performance part, and then after that, when it starts the talking, you can stop it, and I'll talk.
Great.
Okay. Welcome, Gillian. Nice to see you.
Hello, I'm Gillian, Rhodes, the performer. I'm an American dancer, choreographer.
You can stop the video here.
And first things first, I'd just like to say a big thank you to the Space Renaissance Initiative and
Yes. So basically, I made the video where I was explaining it in case of time zone issues, but I managed to be here live, so I'll just tell you about it. Basically, I was experimenting with the idea of gravity. I was thinking, every time people talk about living in other planets, I always think about this, that one of the fundamental human expressions of their art is movement and dance. And, every baby will dance, nobody teaches them. They just put on music and they start to bounce. It's like this thing that's in us, that even the heart beating, that rhythm and the stamping of the foot on the floor is something that's so vital to to human expression, and that very stomp is dependent on our gravity, on our particular gravitational circumstances. And I can't help but thinking, like, you know, when we go to weightlessness, or we go to other planets, we go to other environments, what will our dance be, and how will we bring our dance with us? How will we bring our movement and all of the things that I have trained in, you know, for the last 25 years, everything that I know of how to move my arms and how to jump and how to push the foot against the floor to make it appear like I'm, you know, floating across the floor. You know, how would I bring that with me to a different gravitational circumstances? So these are the things that I wanted to play with this piece. But obviously, you know, with the situation and COVID, so I was in my flat here in Pakistan, and I had to figure out, well, how can I stimulate different environments with what I have? So I thought probably I can't simulate microgravity or weightlessness, but I can add extra weight to myself, actually, and I can imagine a situation in which we're on a planet with more gravity. So I went outside, and there were these concrete bricks that were outside on my terrace. So I took them inside, and I duct taped them to my forearms and to my calves. And these, I mean, it's obviously not a ton of extra weight, but I put them on the extremities so that it would be more difficult to do them. And then I just and then I performed, basically. And I figured if I, you know, performed, let's say, for 5 minutes or 10 minutes with these on my body, then if I took them off right away, then all of a sudden there would be a light quality of movement, lighter than normal, because my body was used to struggling against the extra weight. And I did notice that happened. And I tried with the two versions to make similar movements so that you could see the contrast. You know, it was interesting when I did this and then I watched the film back, I was expecting to see more of a difference between the two versions. And it wasn't as pronounced. Like, definitely the extra weight version is a little clumsier in some ways, because the weight is flopping around a little bit, but it wasn't as pronounced as I was expecting. There was still, like, I was still able to achieve kind of the quality of movement that I wanted. I just had to work harder for it. So, like, my muscles were working harder, and I was just giving more effort with the extra weight. But in the video, it kind of it doesn't show as much as I thought it would. So that was really interesting. It was almost like a science experiment. I, like, had my hypothesis, and then I did the performance and watched it and decided, okay, this is what happened. And then the last thing I'll say is just on the title. I called it Gravitas because it's obviously playing on gravity, but there's a certain gravitas, a solemnity, a ceremony about all of the space programs so far, but also on ballet. So I'm trained in both ballet and contemporary, but originally in ballet, and there's a certain gravitas, I find, or solemnity in the ballet form that I was bringing into. So it was kind of a play on both the form and the style, as well as the theme of the work that I was doing. So I think that's all. And, you know, questions, I guess, in the panel discussion later. So thank you for inviting me to be part of the conference.
Okay. Thank you, Gillian. Wonderful performance. I love it. Really.
Yeah, thank you so much for this nice performance and the explanation. Our next artist will be Timothy Watson, but I cannot see him in the audience. Is he here, or will we show only a prepared video, Adriano?
Well,
do you have a video? If not, I go to the next artist.
Let me check if I have a video. Yes, it seems that we have a video.
Okay, then I will talk a little bit about him. Timothy Spearman, aka Timothy Watson, is a multidisciplinary teacher, author of scholarly books and articles, novels, screenplays, and illustrated poetry. He's also a filmmaker of short films and feature films. He is a co-host of Two Piece and in a podcast with Andy Peacher aired on Horizon Radio in the UK. So we will see now a video and we'll have no explanation, or maybe the explanation is in the video. You can go ahead, Adriano. Thank you. Wow. So. Ja, das muss man.
Wow.
Ja, das ist.
From out of this world.
Ja.
Okay.
Okay, our next artist is Einar Larsen. He's a Norwegian author, a graphic designer by profession, and astronomic artist, art artist, and his art is painting and visual art, writing poems and prose, and what he inspired most in his artistic work is the beauty, the mystery, and the majesty of the universe, space exploration, space settlement, and expanding civilization into space, moon, Mars, asteroids, and beyond. And he is author of several books, and he recently wrote a book, and it is released soon, or it will come out in the next few weeks, I guess. And the stage is yours. Welcome, Einar.
Yeah, hello. Actually, my book has been on the market since 2017. But the book will be upgraded these days. So it will be even better reading than before.
Oh, yeah.
And I have something to tell because I'm focusing a lot of on the environment. People who already know me, they know that I'm talking a lot about connection between the environment and space technology. And as long as we want to accelerate into a civilian space age as soon as possible, we should not focus on what government is doing wrong. That's what I'm thinking, because we should focus more on people in general, because government is just a reflection of the people anyway. So that will be to start in the wrong end. Economically, it will therefore also be wrong to look at military budget. Even I agree about that there is a lot of money, too much money used for that. But we should take a look at what people in general like to spend the money for, not only this money, but their time. No one ever asked, how can we be able to finance the sport, the professional sport in the future? Because that money flows not only into the pot, because there are billions who visit the many church for to donate money to their athletic gods. I know it's easy to, it's not easy to drag sport fans out of their religion and put them into science, but we don't need to drag anyone out of anything at all. What we should focus on is something opposite. We should let the youngest generation be in science, where they all belong, and never drag them out of that and put them into the sport industry, or whatever else it may be that prevent them from maturing intellectually. I have a son now 4 years old, and I never push him into science. I let him do what he feels to do. He likes to sing, dance, play synthesizer, and he loves science. Carl Sagan, he said that children are born scientists. I very agree with him. He also said during one of his last interview, many know how to read and understand sport statistics. Science is not more difficult. This sport stuff is very sensitive. I have seen many memes in social media with quotes from different scientists that said, the day young people admire scientists the way they admire musicians and actors, humanity will reach a higher level. But musicians and actors are very admirable. It's like they are afraid to mention instead sport athletics, who do nothing but compete with animals who will win over them anyway. We also need to focus on environmental organization and activists who always behave like flat earthers. No one can ever tell them that environment continue over the doom. They will just tell you the problem is not out there. Yeah. Environmental activists also complain that we should not explode Mother Earth. But that is exactly what they ask us to do. Instead of being mature as a cosmic race and let the rest and helping her recover after bringing us up to space age. They want us to solve all the environment problem by sitting on her lap, expect her to continue breastfeeding us and change our diapers. Everyone knows that we cannot protect our private home by pretending that the house we living in is the whole reality, and never use the exit door. Every human being knows that also by using all the stuff outside the house, we can protect our house, protect our home, and live in the house with luxury, the best luxury we can imagine, without a single environmental problem inside between the walls. That's why my story about Mr. No-Brain and the environment is something the environmentalists really hate. Why? Well, it must be because they simply love their eternal soap opera, which has now a new central actress. Everybody knows her, Greta from Sweden, who hates everything we do here in Space Renaissance International. A young girl said that the house is burning, without to understand that no one stays inside a burning house, but going out to get the view of the situation and kill the fire. Their favorite arguments against space technology is to say that there is no planet B. But planet B exists, and not only planet B, but C, D, E, F, and so on. Not only in the form of planets, but plenty of moons. But can we live there in the same way as on Earth? No, but that is not the purpose either, or at least not the primary needs. In our private house, we usually have a basement, an attic, a closet, or maybe mini closets, a garage, or other outbuildings. And these places are not where we live in the ordinary sense, but we know the value of such an extension of our private home. But the environmental organization, on the other hand, asks us to use the living room, kitchen, and bedroom for everything that the life requires for a large family, even things we should do in the garage. And if we do so, they complain the environment. In the most distinctive Mr. No-Brain style, they deny planet B and will be very angry if you tell them that planet B exists in many forms. They do not want any permanent solutions. They want a drama. Our great hope in our modern time are the three space musketeers, Elon, Jeff, and Richard. Age of heroes in our it's not over, and we should be very grateful for that. I haven't talking so much now about the living space, but I think it's really important for most people to understand the importance and that environment actually continue outside the atmosphere of the planet. There. And I'm also very curious about if there's somebody else here who ever had experience with environmentalists in this context. This is my question. Anyone who have that experience?
Do you expect an answer from us now?
Well, I'm a little bit curious because that's a very important case. But you don't need to answer now. I'm just curious.
I will tell you something along those lines in the discussion.
Yeah, that will be nice to hear. I really will hear from you and anyone else about it.
Shall we show your video?
You can do that. Yes, that's nice.
Okay.
Yep.
Adriano, would you please share the video from him?
Yes, just a moment. Just to find. Un momento, fermati.
I think I'm lost in the forest.
Just a moment.
Wow. Fantastic. Look. Beautiful. Amazing. Look. Excellent. Oh, this is really nice. This is so beautiful. Just take a look around. Wherever you look, there is life. This is a proof that there is life in the universe. I just arrived a few minutes ago. I used to travel between stars in the universe. No, people say that is impossible because we have no technology to move from one star to another star. Well, I can travel from one galaxy to another galaxy much faster than the speed of light. I am Einar Larsen. I'm an astronomical artist and I'm traveling with my mind. And I want to invite the whole world with me so everybody can understand that the environment is so much bigger than this little blue marble, which is only our tiny home in the universe. That's why I was writing this book about Mr. No-Brain and the environment. Mr. No-Brain looked at himself as an environmentalist, but he's going around in his private house complaining the smell inside, all the garbage inside, and that the environment become more and more terrible. If anyone insists that we have to go out, we cannot just stay inside here between the walls. We have to go out and get a relation to the landscape outside our home for to fix the home, to make the home more safe and fix the environment. Then Mr. No-Brain will be mad. And this is the situation in our world today. Well, it's time for me to go now. I want to go out in space again, see much more beautiful places. You want to come with me? Sure, come. Concentrate. My mind to your mind.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Einar, for this nice movie. Beautiful doppel sunset and landscapes and cities and really nice colors. Are the texts from your book, Mr. No Brain, or?
The text in the video is from the gallery, from my web gallery.
Ah, yeah. Okay. I have to apologize. Gillian, she had to leave because it's far after midnight where she lives. So we remain here in our panel discussion, and I would like to give Arthur Woods the word because he wanted to ask something or tell something.
Okay, hello. Elon, you mentioned that the environmentalists have a problem with space development. I really think it really is an issue. And if you ask yourself, today we have a big issue. The United Nations, the European Union, many countries are calling for net zero energy, and on none of the agendas of these organizations is clean energy from space even on the agenda. And I think it's a really major issue. And actually, the Greens or the environmentalists would resent that because it would take away their newly found power structure of promoting terrestrial energy sources. And it's actually, if you would have a clean energy from space, this would change their own approach to everything. But I don't think they really are interested in having that. And I just wanted to mention to everybody, too bad that Gillian has left because I really like the dancer. There was a very prominent French choreographer, Kitsu Dubois. If you've heard of her, Kitsu Dubois she worked with the French Space Agency in the 90s to train astronauts, to accommodate them, to acclimatate them to weightlessness. So she went on a number of parabolic flights with these French astronauts. And she translated her experiences in weightlessness and the parabolic flights into choreographies in the theater. They're very, very beautiful, fantastic dance choreographies that actually was a direct experience of her working with French astronauts in weightlessness. And tomorrow I'll be showing the Cosmic Dancer, my contribution in this field, but actually it's also probably the first dance in a space habitat. So we have two cosmonauts actually dancing in space to music. And I think that's quite, not only is the sculpture kind of interesting, but the fact that it actually stimulated a dance performance in space. But that happened 27 years ago.
Yeah, but here we have again the bridge between art and space, or art and science. The dance movement also might help the cosmonauts or astronauts to recover from the space experiences, because we had a talk today how difficult it is to live in space, and that was also something what showed Gillian with no gravity, and we all know that the bones are affected by this. And yeah, maybe Arnaud would like to talk about a little bit more about his artwork. Or Arnaud, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, maybe you want to say something more about your artwork, and because it was really nice, and I liked the idea because the terraforming mind or thought is in this video shown, and I liked that the pregnant woman takes her first breath and will establish a new life. It was really, really beautiful. Yeah, maybe you want to talk a little bit more about the technique or whatever.
Sure. Look, there is let's start with the story there. And probably by the end, I thought like, there is no human story if we cannot elaborate a future for our children if we cannot make women safe as well. And I thought like the story should be that at the end of the day, if a human have to expand beyond Earth, then you need to find a home where the species can naturally evolve and continue. And so I thought like a woman being pregnant is the ultimate testimony of hope. And this is what this is about. So that's the ending. And I thought like she's taking a leap of faith, right? When she's removing her helmet and relying then on the oxygen, which has been manufactured. And this is then the story. And I thought like, okay, I'm an artist, so my apologies if any of the things which I have displayed in this movie is actually completely ill-conceived and phantasmagoric. But I thought like, well, if we have to terraform a planet, we need heavy industries. And I started with these big towers, which I thought like would be the place where we manufacture oxygen. And the oxygen for me, I thought like if on Kepler 438, there is no oxygen, but there is eventually some water, maybe we can terraform or get oxygen out of the water or the rivers. Anyway, I thought like a big tower should be the minimum to create some oxygen for a planet. And then as I was building these towers and you've got the fan, you know, obviously I thought like a bit of movement with the wind, all of this to give the impression that there is some atmosphere going through. I thought like, okay, we are clearly, this is not tomorrow, this is clearly in the future. And I thought like, if we were to terraform and get oxygen and water out of, I don't know, chemistry, what kind of chemistry, then we need like, you know, machinery, which doesn't exist necessarily today. And I crafted these cubes, which are nanotechnologies. And I thought like, that is the future. This is nanotechnology. We would not probably send huge factories to Kepler 438. We would probably ask robots. And I heard that previously in the industrial, you know, development out of space. So I thought like these cubes are nanotechnologies. And the same applies when you've got this rocket launched. I thought like you would not have the traditional bulldozer or, you know, a big agricultural type of machinery trying to seed the planet. I thought like nanotechnology should do it like a mini factory where you've got the one seed creates, you know, a whole field. So anyway, that was the idea. Technologically speaking, I've made this movie using Blender, which is an open source 3D software. All of the images were crafted by myself, including the woman. So all of that is absolutely art, which I made it. With a clench of the eye, I wanted to show you a piece of art at the very beginning with this statue, which symbolizes the humanity and the hands toward the moon, which is what the statue you see at the very beginning. I thought like, yeah, if I were in a colony and spending years on a new planet, probably you would have somewhere in the colony an artist who want to and honor his predecessors out of Earth. And that's, you know, the gift he gives to Earth people is here we are on Kepler, yes. And we are living here. And me as an artist, I plant a statue out of nowhere. And this is, so that's the
you are very often,
which is open source.
Genau.
Sorry?
You are very often stuck, so like, yeah. Here's another question, but here's another question, and for Einar from Kit Carson, he wrote, those were beautiful words, Einar. The question comes to mind, are those native species on those planets where they evolved there, or are the humans going to colonize a galaxy and generate designer organisms and ecosystems everywhere we go? Perhaps uplifting existing suitable life forms when we find them. I'm a fan of the latter IFF. In fact, we do live in a universe galaxy where we are the only sentient life, however doubtful that is. You are in the same direction with colonizing and terraforming. Einar, maybe you want to say something to this question?
I can say actually many things, because when I listened to Arthur Woods, also he mentioned something about environmentalists, that there might be some conflict with the way they are working. But I'm not thinking so much about energy, clean energy, as I'm thinking about what you actually mentioned now, colonizing space. As we have problem with overpopulation. And not only overpopulation, but we have problem with, as I already mentioned, environmentalists said that we are exploiting the planet. And but as I also said, it's like they want us to exploit the planet because they don't want to hear anything about space technology. And I have been contacting 28 of the biggest environmental organizations in the world. Nobody wants to talk to me at all. No response from them. And Greta Thunberg, before she became popular, she's from Sweden, and it's my neighbor country, and I know the language. So I know what's actually going on. And I tried to contact her very early. There was no chance to get in touch with her at all. And anyway, I could talk a lot about her, but that's a little bit out of the topic. What I try to tell is that the space is important in the same way as the space outside your own home is important for yourself compared to how you live in your house. And that's what I try to also tell with my book. And Oberyn, he's a kind of protagonist. He's an example person I use to explain this problem. He don't want to leave his house. He's living inside there with his family, don't want to go out of the door, don't even want to look out of the window. That is just fantasy. I mean, this is a little bit the way humans are thinking today. I get so many questions. You're looking at the moon, you're a dreamer, all that stuff. Like the look at things outside there, it's like science fiction. I cannot forget many years ago when the movie Deep Impact was going in the cinema. I think most of the people here listen to me now. I heard about that movie. And when I come out of the cinema, there was a young couple was walking out, and the lady said to her boyfriend that, "Oh, this is terrible. What about this if this happened in real?" And he said, "It's just science fiction, and this is terrible. People don't understand that the stuff outside our atmosphere is the same real as the trees we see around us, the river, the ocean, the ground we are walking on, the air we are breathing. The environment, it's endless outside our atmosphere. And this is important for people to understand to help this planet. Anyway, it's not only the clean energy, it's the case about that. It's about so many things. And especially I'm thinking about the threat from space with the big objects and hit us anytime. I have no control of that at all.
I would like to give Adriano. Do you want to say something to him? Because I would like to give the word to Bernard.
Yes, just a few words.
Yeah.
Because language is important, and I feel in agreement with you, Einar, when you say it's not a matter of overpopulation. We at Space Renaissance, we are humanists, so we never use this word overpopulation, because overpopulation means that there are too many of us. And since we think that humans are a richness and not a problem, we think that the more we are, the better, because there are more intelligent people that can make a nursery, a bigger nursery for good ideas for overcoming the big problems that we have. So the point is that I refer to a beautiful metaphor that I like very much. It is the metaphor of the pregnant Earth. So our Earth is pregnant of a baby solar civilization, and we have to be born finally, because otherwise our mother can kill us. Because this is the destiny. When an abortion occurs, the fetus will die, and the mother also sometime, the mother too. So it's a biologic clock that say that it's time to be born in space, because we are 8 billion, and definitely 8 billion people on one only planet need planet B. You're right. We need planet B, C, D, E, and of course, since there is no breathable air on other celestial bodies in the solar system, and here we come to the work of Arnaud. That's very, very wonderful. We have to build our planet B. That's it. That is the reality. But we can do it. We have technologies. We have science. We have everything need. And if we don't do it, probably we will not have another opportunity to do it, because continuing to grow up in a closed system, civilization will probably be thrown back to a Stone Age or worse. So yes, this is the problem of the environment is this one. Environment is that we are many people in a closed environment, and of course the natural resources. Science can make miracles. Science can multiply the fishes and the breads to a certain extent. Yes. Because, however, the quality, if you continue to make more products with the same material, with the same quantity of material, the quality will decay. Therefore, the quality of our life is decaying, but for that, because we are continuing to exploit the same material. The circular economy is a fairy tale if we remain in a closed world. The circular economy will not work, because we will try to exploit more and more the same materials, and at the end, the substance will disappear. Will go in shit. So we have to go outside. This is what we have to do. Everything tells us that we have to go outside. Nature is telling us that we have to go outside. Yep. So the environmentalists, they love nature very much. They should listen to nature. Nature is telling us go.
Yes, I agree with you that we have to go outside. I would like to give the word now to Bernard.
Yeah. Okay, so I would like to address both a question from Einar about how we are engaged with the environment, but also about so-called planet B, or expanding beyond the Earth's cradle. So clearly, we have to stay on Earth, and we have to go. Yes. We have to do both. And to stay on Earth, we are very engaged now. So I've been working at the European Space Agency for 30 years, and a quarter of our work, of our resources, is directed to observe the Earth, to observe our planet, and to use this observation to better manage, to better guide how we preserve this planet. So we are really wanting to take care of our planet, and this planet. We can use the image. This is spaceship Earth. We are all astronauts of spaceship Earth, and this responsibility of spaceship Earth is a spaceship where we are interconnected internationally. All generations have to be involved. We have to preserve it also for the next generation. So in fact, this all working together, this we can also develop this practice, philosophy and practice of working together by going to the next frontier. And going to the moon also helps us, on one hand, to look back at the Earth to better know, okay, our precious is this world, but also to develop some technologies which are helping to have a much more sustainable approach. And so in that case, even going to the moon, it's very environmental action. And for instance, now we are developing a system where we develop moon bases. Some of them, we test them in extreme desert on Earth. We try to grow plants in this very extreme condition, and terraforming with the help of technology, because it will be very difficult to terraform as a whole a planet, for Mars, just to be able to thicken the atmosphere on Mars. It could take like 5,000 of years to do it. But using some artificial technologies, we can bring some part of the biosphere to the moon and Mars. Now, from a scientific perspective, also because I'm also an astronomer, and I have learned that the feedstock of life, this comes from space, from the center of stars, from the Big Bang, and so it is just our destiny. Our material comes from space, and so we have also this natural destiny to return to space, and also this duty eventually to bring life that has appeared on Earth to other places, because this could help to preserve life overall. It could help to preserve our own biosphere. And clearly, we don't want to escape the Earth, but we want to open a new frontiers, a new dimension. And so at the same time, we stay on Earth to preserve it, but also we explore with science, with technologies, we explore other worlds.
We have to expand.
Yeah, but you have to be careful. Expand is not only geometrical. It's also, you have to expand in depth of what we do. Renaissance is not only a question of volume that we occupy. Renaissance is also our mind, how we can nurture the brilliant minds on our world and beyond.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not only material resources, it's also people resources, and also not only people, actually, it's the whole biosphere. We have some responsibility with what we do with the biosphere of Earth.
I think this have been very nice closure words. So, yeah, because we are very, very late, and I would like to invite everyone to come back tomorrow, because our Congress will continue. And I'm very grateful to all artists, to the audience for being with us. And it was a really, really nice session, a nice chapter, and I'm really curious to learn about more from the other artists we will see tomorrow. Asa is here, and yeah, and I think it will be a really, really nice day tomorrow. We also will have Barbara King tomorrow, Asa Woods, Susan, Jewell, Daniela De Paulis, and of course Bernard with Ithakus, Mars, Moon, Mars, and the Moon Gallery. So we can be really happy or curious what will be tomorrow. And thank you, Adriano, for this nice organization and for giving us the space to be here. And Asa, you want to say something shortly?
Yes, just want to mention tomorrow in the Space Over Power session, I will be discussing another artwork there called the Space Option Star.
Okay. Okay, so thank you to all of you, and I wish you a nice evening, and see us tomorrow. Goodbye.
Sabine, thank you for your wonderful conduction. And thanks
good.
Yeah, thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.